Good evening and welcome to the City Council, East Point City Council work session for February the 9th, 2026. First, we will review the previous agenda items, followed by new agenda items, and then, I'm sorry. We don't have roll call for this meeting. Okay. All right. Madam Deputy Clerk, can you do a roll call for me, please? Thank you.
Councilmember Hemme. Present. Councilmember Friedley.
Present.
Councilmember Atkins.
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Caldwell.
Present.
Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All righty. And so we'll move forward with the previous agenda items, followed by the new agenda items. Then we'll go into any discussion, and if it's the will of council, we'll move forward to the presentations. I see we have 4 here this evening. So let's start with previous agenda items, that's what I'm not going to go through them. I'm just trying to get consent I'm not looking for, okay. If we'll move for consent or discussion through the previous agenda items and the new agenda items, and then we'll go to the discussion of the items, and then we'll go to the presentations. Okay, so the credit card policy and travel policy, do we have consent? We'll move that to consent or discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. All right. City Council credit card payments, reimbursement, and reporting. Discussion. Keep consent or discussion? Discussion. Okay. That's Atkins. That's okay. Number 7, discussion or possible action on the adoption of the ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances for the East Point, Georgia to lower the age requirement for senior homestead property tax exemptions from 70 to 65. Okay, so we're going to move that to March.
Mayor, let me just put on the record that if this is something that the council is intending to achieve for tax year 2027, because that's the earliest it can go into effect, the consideration of this would need to happen sooner than later, because this would need to be a local bill to our delegation that will require a referendum in November. Okay. And crossover is coming up. So if this is something y'all want to make happen for 2027, it would need to occur ASAP.
Okay, so we have a discussion, and we're going to move it to the, we're going to have a discussion today, and can we move it to the next meeting for, after the discussion? Or
well, it just depends on what comes out of the discussion.
Okay, all right, so we'll go to discussion. Thank you. Item number 8, consent or discussion? Council discussion. So you have a question? So you want to have consent or consent? Okay. Okay. Number 9, discussion and possible action on the grievance and whistleblower policy.
Reviewed some questions. So if you and I want to get together to go through it before you present it to the council, we can do that.
I have a question for the council member.
Can we go through this, please? Is it about this topic? So we're going to move this to this consent or discussion?
I guess I can just email you, but
Okay, go ahead.
I know that we're on the HR committee together. I was just going to ask, should we just move this to the HR committee and then bring it? We need the directive of council to support moving this to the HR committee for direction and then bring it back, or how did you want to work it?
She would like to move it to the HR.
What I was going to say, can we have council direct the HR committee? Because I know this has been on our agenda for quite some time. Can we have a directive from council to work on these two on our HR committee, on the HR committee?
So moved.
No, not
Oh.
yet. Correct, but I know that you had brought this up one other time previously, and it needed a directive of council for the HR committee to work on it. So did you want to work on it with her first, then get the directive from council for HR committee to work on it? Or do we put it on the agenda, vote on it, however you want to do it?
Let's do it because time is I'd rather we get it done sooner rather than later. So we can do the directive to have council, to have it moved to the HR committee. But while that's working, I'll have a conversation with the city attorney. So I can bring everything.
So that is the, number 9 is the one we're on, that is the whistleblower.
So number 9 and 10? Are you asking for number 9 and number 10?
I
Councilwoman?
apologize if I didn't have a microphone on.
It's okay.
And the conflict of interest, we can discuss that. Fine.
Madam Mayor, may I make a motion that the Standing Committee Human Resources take these items under deliberation and bring back a more full policy to council
In March.
after coordination with the city attorney by Councilwoman Cummings?
For the
Do you have a second?
Yeah. The
Okay,
only
in discussion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The only friendly amendment, you just said that these items. Can we
Oh,
just be more
sorry.
specific and say
Items.
the grievance and whistleblower policy and the conflict of interest policy?
Accepted,
Yes,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, it's been moved and second, so. So we're moving on to item number 11. I'm sorry, before we go back, so since it's going to council for HR committee, does that mean that it is now, where does it go? It just goes off this agenda? Okay, okay.
Or, I mean, we may not, I don't know, but it just goes off of the agenda, goes to HR, right? Because we don't know what will happen in HR.
And you'll see it back when they're ready to bring it.
Correct, right.
Okay, okay. All righty, and so we're moving on to number 11, mid-year review, events and program activity. Councilman Freely?
It was my understanding from the city clerk that the city manager wanted this for direction.
No, I visited with the finance director. We thought this was satisfactory. So,
Okay.
not sure how that got communicated.
I questioned why it was back, and the clerk wrote back and said that you were looking, or Ms. Cartwright had indicated that someone was looking for a vote from council on events yet to come, or something, so.
I'll chart that up as a miscommunication because we don't have a desire for that.
Okay, I didn't either.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so we will remove this from the agenda. Number 12, discussion and possible action on developing the citywide litter prevention and enforcement plan. Councilwoman Martin Rogers, does consent? or
Yes, we have
discussion?
a very brief discussion on this. It'll be fast.
Okay, so we're going to put discussion for that. All right, and then council discussion on update or if the 2024 audit?
That can be a presentation for February 16.
Okay. Madam Deputy Clerk, can you add that for the presentation for the 16th, please? Thank you. Number 14, council meeting protocol and application of council rules. Okay. Next work session. Okay, and then council discussion and possible action on resolution for communications protocol and direct reports.
It's really not a resolution, but it can stay.
So you want to move that to discussion?
Yep.
Okay, all right. And then we're going to move on to the new agenda items, and then we'll circle back for the discussion items. So number 16, council discussion, possible action on vendor, what is this? Route water and, cooperative agreement. Okay. Okay, number 17, do we need a, council discussion and possible action on vendor Magnetic Forensic US Inc. Consent? Okay, council approval for Jamtech Electric LLC and sole source for the annual maintenance year. That's consent, okay. Council discussion and possible action on change order 1 for the T-Spots construction project.
Discussion, please. Oh, sorry, guys.
You had a discussion?
Very brief discussion.
Okay, so we'll do it, okay. And then, okay, so I have the consent, okay. And then number 20, council review and approval an emergency sinkhole repair resulting from erosion and altitude valve supplying the water tank. Is that discussion? Okay. Number 20 is discussion, council review. Number 21, council review on emergency 30-inch water main repair, 4741 Hamilton Road, due to a leak resolution resulting in flood. Discussion? Okay. And number 22, council review and approval for emergency tree and brush removal from the Ben Hill Reservoir is required. Consent? Oh, you have a discussion on that? You have a discussion? Okay. All right. Okay, and then council review and approval on-call engineering firm status for performing comprehensive mapping of raw water utility infrastructure. Consent or discussion? Well, we got consent or, y'all want to do consent or discussion? Discussion? Okay, okay, so we have that for discussion. Oh, still going. 24, council review and approval for on-call contractor Kimmy Construction. Is that consent or discussion? Consent, okay. Council discussion and possible action on vendor M3 landscaping clearing for landscaping for the consent. Okay. Council discussion, number 26, council discussion and possible action for setting aside funds for potential partnership. Discussion, all right. Discussion and possible action on the resolution of the East Point City Council established procedure and work session agenda. Discussion, okay. Discussion and possible action for East Point City Council retreat. Discussion or consent? Discussion, okay. I guess it is. Discussion and possible action for the public access to city meetings. Discussion, okie dokie. So, we're going back. Okay, so we have item number, first consent. We have item number 8 from the previous agenda. And from the new agenda, we have item 16, item 17, item 18. And that's it? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Back, sorry about that. Okay, and 20, yes, thank you, 24 and 25. Okay, so, all right. So if council is ready, we can move into discussion for the city credit card policy.
Madam Mayor, I
I'm
have a
sorry.
question before presentation start. Is it your desire that presentations stick to the 15-minute rule, although we have more presentations on the agenda than the work session policy allows?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we have. Thank you, Councilwoman.
And do you have any desire for us to constrain our questions, comments, discussion to some time length, since we have a lengthy agenda of items that need action or potential action at our next meeting?
I would prefer presentation state of 15 and then routine items 5 minutes. Anything that's complex, 10 minutes, and policy discussion, 15 minutes, if that's possible.
Thank you, ma'am.
I will try to keep time as best I can, if that's
I just
possible.
have one correction. So I think the work session policy allows for 30 minutes for presentation. It's just, when it's limited to 2, that's 15 and 15. And I think we've got, is it 4?
Yes.
So, just to clarify, Councilwoman Hemming's question, are you saying 15 minutes each, or are you saying a total of 30 minutes for all 4, which is what the policy allows?
I would prefer 30 minutes for all 4, and if there's any opportunity to move one of these off of the agenda, but I know that the 4 is there. So yes, to answer your question, it would be in 30 minutes.
So I know later on your agenda, there's some discussion on potential amending that, so you guys can address it then. Certainly if 30 minutes is not sufficient for 4, but if that's the case, we would just have to divide the time between the 4.
Madam Mayor, I would make a motion then, given that there are the 4,
think we'll
that we
have
allot
three.
maybe 10 minutes to each of them, and then we can
I
vote
think I have
if
to
we
pull
needed
one.
to add additional time.
HDL.
Yes, that's fine. And do we want to hear all 4 of them tonight, or do we want to possibly take one of?
If I may,
Move.
I
Yes.
might be able to help this discussion. I think HDL will not be able to make it this evening.
Okay. So,
They are not making it, okay.
okay,
So you can take that one off.
okay, thank you. I think Councilwoman Martin Rogers is asking for some content to go along with the presentation.
So will we move this to March work session or to the next council presentation?
This will be on the March work
For
session.
HDL?
Yes.
Yeah, HDL can be for our regular meeting presentation.
Okay.
Okay, so just to recap, we're going to do 3 items today, and we're going to try to keep the presentations within 30 minutes total. So we can move. Okay. Okay, so we can move forward with the first item for discussion. This is the, I'm sorry, the presentation. So thank you. The first item for presentation will be from Councilwoman Ziegler, discussion on investment policy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So last year, I was on the Budget and Finance Committee, and we were tasked with trying to find other ways to have different revenue streams and making sure that our money is working for us, because we do have a substantial amount of money in our bank account, and so just making sure that that we are being the best stewards of our money going forward. We have learned that there are some opportunities for us to increase possible revenue. And so tonight we have representatives from 2 different banks to give us short presentations on what they can offer us. We have OZK and also Regions, and I believe we'll have OZK come up first.
I also wanted to have one of our staff members give an intro there, so I'm going to ask Taffany Guffney to come up as well.
Great evening. Right. I'm Leonard Bohannon. I'm the area Vice President of Bank Center Management and Community Partnerships with Bank OZK. I wanted to introduce myself. I grew up in the city of East Point and attended Tri-City High School, so I'm very passionate about assisting and adding value to the community of East Point, as well as we're a community bank that started in 1903, and my office is located in East Point, Cleveland Avenue. right in front of the Walmart. I grew up and was raised in this community, and I think our solutions that we have will be able to add value to the city of East Point, as well as your team as well. So I just wanted to do a brief introduction and introduce myself. If you all need anything, I'm here to assist. I know your time is very valuable, but in the near future, we can sit down and do a deep dive on as far as what you all need, as well as the community. I'll be happy to assist. All right. Do you all have any questions? Or I know your time is very valuable.
Councilman Atkins.
Yeah, I think Ms. Guffey had an intro to this particular presentation for both Bank OZK and for Regions, and I'd just like to hear her intro, so I guess it could help context.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. And as Councilmember Ziegler did the intro for me, so thank you. But while I'm up here, I would like to say hello to the new council members and Mayor that I haven't had the chance to meet. Councilmember Caldwell, I don't think I've had a chance to meet you, so hello, welcome. And I think I know everyone else. So yeah, just a brief intro to Bank OZK, which is Mr. Bohannon, who just gave his short presentation. We also have two members from Regions Bank, which is the bank that we currently use. We have Mr. Charlie Diacamo and Mr. Fabian Wilson, and they will come up shortly after Mr. Bohannon continues his presentation.
I just wanted to share that we've been around since 1903, where our headquarters is in Little Rock, Arkansas, and we're a community bank. And I worked for other institutions in the past, and just wanted to say that we play a huge role in decision making, and we don't treat our clients just like a number. So I'm sure everyone has an institution that they bank with, but we believe in building a solid relationship. So I'm here to assist with anything the city needs, as well as add value in the community. And that's all I have. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, are we going to hear both of the presentations and then ask questions of both presenters? Is that the preferred format?
Presenter, come up, please.
Good evening, guys. I'm sorry. I've never done this, so I'm new at this, so forgive me if I don't know all the protocols. But I'm Fabian Wilson, Vice President, Commercial Relationship Manager for Regions Bank in Atlanta. This is my partner.
Yeah, I'm Charlie Giacomo. I'm a Senior Vice President at Regions Bank, and I specialize in working with governments throughout Georgia. I've been doing this in Georgia for over 30 years now. And we believe enough that government's a specialized institution within Georgia, so you need to know the regulations and how to do business, how to lend and deposits, and that's why we have a specialized partner working with our relationship managers. For instance, we know our deposits need to be collateralized under state law, so we do use the Georgia State Deposit Collateralization program to do that. Also, I wanted to thank you for being a client of the bank. You've been a long time customer. We do appreciate that relationship, and we value it. And I'll turn it over to Fabian.
Yeah, so on that note, we've had a long-standing relationship with the city of East Point. We initially became partners in 1989. So this relationship goes back 36 years, and we acquired a previous bank in Market. That's how we came to be partners with the city of East Point. I've been on this relationship for the past 8 years, and so I've kind of experienced all the changes in both the leadership from the city manager position as well as the finance director. And so what we've tried to do is continue to make recommendations on what we see from our perspective on what is best for the city. And so with that, we've prepared a little overview on who we are, our relationship team, how we go to market. And so with that, our client team, as you can see, Mary Beth Coates, she sits at the top of our team. She's our regional vice president. She sits here in Atlanta. All of our decisions are made local. We're a Birmingham-based bank, but we've been in Georgia for over 25 years. And so I call Atlanta home. And we continue to look to find better ways to diversify and continue to help fortify the relationship here with the city of East Point. A little bit more information on Regions Bank. We're about $162 billion in total asset size, which puts us in the top 20 banks in the United States. And also I would like to add that we're probably one of what we call the last super regional banks that are left. And we like the position because we're big enough to help our clients with more sophisticated needs. But our strategy is being local. We do this quite often with our clients. We meet with our clients in the office. Most of my clients and our clients have our personal and professional cell phone numbers, and so we're readily accessible and available. We are in our communities, and so we allocate our time. We give our resources as well to our communities, including the city of East Point. I provided a little bit of history, and so established in 1989, we have a full depository relationship, so we are your bank. We also offer a full treasury management relationship as well. That encompasses Positive Pay to help fortify your accounts from fraud attacks, ACH alerts, another fraud protection mitigate. Integrated payables, helping optimize your financial back office with payables to your vendors and other related expenses. We've also helped over the years serving as a corporate and institutional trust advisor as well, helping manage, collect, and disperse municipal bonds on behalf of the city of East Point through our office here in Midtown. And so every time we meet with the city representatives, whether it's the finance director and or the city manager, we like to come with advice and guidance. And so that is our delivery channel for almost every meeting. We're making recommendations. And so some of the previous recommendations that we've made are kind of listed here above. We've provided advice and guidance on investment policy, strategies, and recommendations. Credit card policy, I heard that was on the agenda earlier. A small business partnership, financial wellness, home ownership, affordable housing. We've supported Wild Down Wednesdays, but also we have the dedicated industry experts in order to provide white papers and other market intel on what we are seeing with some of our other clients that are other municipalities that would be helpful for the city of East Point. So get into the opportunities. The biggest opportunity that we see from a banking perspective is in the interest rate category. We've made a number of proposals to increase the city's interest rates over the years. Some of those proposals have not been implemented. And so we made one more recently in December. And if we were to implement the proposals that we've proposed, it would, the city would earn an additional $60,000 a month in additional interest. And there's a lot of different mechanisms for which you can kind of massage that number, either upward or downward, based on how the city structure, how the infrastructure, at least the account build out is. But from our perspective, this is where we wanted to start and deepen discussions there further. I've appreciated the time with Redmond and Elizabeth. They've been pretty diligent around taking these recommendations and bringing them to this body in order for it to be considered. And so The second one is commercial card. We know this has been kind of an issue over the years. Sometime in 2009, an official walked into our branch that's right outside your doors here and opened up what we call a business Visa account. And it's a retail account. It's really meant for sole proprietors, small businesses, not municipalities and or corporate entities. And so we've been aggressively over the years making recommendations to transition that to our commercial card platform. If that were to happen, in addition to the vendor spend that we can see right now from the city of East Point, the return in cash rebate back to the city would be in a six-figure range. And where that is all based on volume of spend. Lending opportunities. We are a bank. We want to deploy capital. And so to the extent that we can explore opportunities to partner with the city of East Point and help deploy some of our loan volume to the city and its initiatives, we would love to consider that. Small business partnership. We have a dedicated small business banking team that stands ready to partner with the city of East Point. We've made these recommendations before around whether it's various events and or your economic development department partnering with them in order to help provide the resources that we have at our disposal to those departments. And last but not least, affordable housing. We understand that that's one of the initiatives that the city is looking to tackle, just given what we're seeing in our metro Atlanta area. Affordable housing is something that's very important to us. Our affordable housing team sits here in Atlanta. It can provide resource guidance as well as lending with those developers that are partnering with the city in order to execute on some of those projects. And so I'll pause there and take any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Going to go to Councilman Atkins.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your presentation. I guess two of the things that really piqued my interest are number one and number two. It seems like we're leaving money on the table without having a better interest rate structure with the dollars that we have bank with Regions Bank, and so that's of great interest. But I want to ask you a question about your commercial card, your P card.
Yeah.
Is that a platform that would allow for us to customize the functionality? So in terms of regulating what types of items can be purchased, and then also giving us as elected officials real time to our individual accounts so that we can see what is actually charged, and then also uploading our receipts so that the expense report is sort of rolling and continuous, and we're not having to do that in a rush.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, all of the above. And so we've presented that solution. We actually have it approved for the city of East Point. It is live. It just hasn't been deployed based on the guidance that we've gotten from our contacts. But that is in place. That platform is as broad or as detailed as you would like it, all based on how you want to see it constructed. And so, but it does have ultimate functionality to be as nimble and as detailed as our clients would like it to be. The expense management piece is also another one that's top of mind. That one, we have mobile apps that you can take pictures, upload it, reconcile your expenses as you need to. And so in that platform, we deploy to our clients for free.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Would the council like to add more time to this discussion for everyone to weigh in? Okay. How many minutes do we want to add? 10?
Well, Madam Mayor, we can add 10 minutes, but I also had a request of my colleagues. This is really comprehensive, and we do have a Budget and Finance Committee. I think going into depth this would be an appropriate item for Budget and Finance to continue with. But I have a question for Councilmember Ziegler, if it's appropriate, Madam Mayor. Are there certain policies that you need this body to react to so that we might implement either the recommendations that are being presented before us or entertain the conversation with the other gentleman, Mr. Bohannon? Is there a policy ask?
Yes, there is an investment policy that's getting worked on right now, and it will come before us hopefully in the March work session. It was that at the last Budget and Finance meeting in December of 2025, we decided to bring this out of that committee
Got it.
and come to the full council with this, because we all agreed that we need to figure out how to manage our money better. And so we decided for the full council to hear what was going on.
So is the purpose of this presentation background because it's going to inform the policy proposal that you will present to us?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Additionally, we need to make a decision as a council on which bank we're going to go with, and, we need to make a decision on how we're going to manage our money going forward to make sure that we're in the best position in the future.
Add that to a regular meeting to have more discussion and vote on that? Will that come out of the budget committee or?
So there was one other bank that we were going to hear from, which is Bank of America, but they could not be here tonight.
Okay.
And so we could have them come and present the next March work session to see what they can present to us. And then I think from there, we as a full body of council can decide. I wouldn't want it to go back into committee for even more discussion if it's just going to come back out and then we'll have to rehash it.
Okay. All right. Martin Rogers?
Yes, and thank you so much for your presentation. I think one thing that I would like to ensure is policy. Do we have resolutions or policies in place for investment? I mean, you don't have to answer that question now, Mr. City Manager or Ms. City Attorney, but what I'm finding is we have quite a bit of resolutions that are already in place that, I don't want to say quite a bit, but I fumbled upon one just recently. But do we have policies in place that we can already start looking at and maybe work on them to enhance them to fit today's needs and times? But that doesn't have to be answered now, but I guess the concern is investments, lending, those things like that. Do we have policies or resolutions that already surround what we're talking about today that can possibly be enhanced? But you don't have to answer that. You can just get back to me in an email. Thank you.
I will give a quick response, just because this was something that I recognized when I first started with the city and mentioned in the past that we do need to have an investment policy. Now, we don't have an investment policy. I'm not going to try and pretend to understand and know all the resolutions that may have been passed or not. But I also, too, want to recognize and ask for clarification on the interest rate piece. There is an investment policy piece, but there's also just a general structuring of our accounts that can yield revenues. And so I would ask that give a little more clarity on structuring versus investment policy. And
is this on? Okay, great. Yeah, happy to. So what we've currently proposed technically does not need any investment policy, I guess, input, right? Really what we would need is just a yes from the city. We can't unilaterally go in and make those changes to your account. We propose them, we get buy-in, then we go back and execute on those things. And so this, the potential interest that's being left out, we can start tomorrow morning and turn that on. But we would need this body and, the blessing in order to do that. And so, and this is something that we've proposed a number of times with previous finance directors and city managers as well.
And those are bank deposit accounts, so they're not investments. Investments would be going outside a bank deposit and purchasing like bonds or government secured equities, which is allowed under state law, but this would be a bank deposit, so it would not fall under the investment structure.
And that would require an investment policy.
Yeah, and could you also clarify on obligations, like CDs would require a certain amount of time? Could you talk about, with this, wouldn't require any type of?
Yeah, so basically so the city is structured on what we call a net interest checking. So there are a certain amount of demand deposits that are required to offset the transaction fees associated with the activities of the city. Anything else would be applied to this interest rate. And so what we've kind of modeled thus far is that there's about, let's call it $75 million of excess cash that could be garnering this interest rate and earning more interest outside of what the city needs in order to offset the transaction fees. Now, there are other options out there.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to be mindful of time as we move forward. We have a couple of questions that we need to answer
Yes, ma'am.
of you, and we're at 20 minutes. So
Okay.
if we can move on just for sake of time to Councilwoman Caldwell and then Councilwoman Ziegler.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. We don't have to go into like a full discussion about it, but it may be like a follow-up item, just so that I could get a better understanding of the relationship currently and moving forward.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to know if you could share any examples that you have of working with other municipalities, maybe a similar size as East Point,
Yeah.
and just kind of any measurable results or achievements that you've been able to accomplish with them.
Yeah.
And then the other piece was, you mentioned proposing a few items to us. I kind of wanted to get a sense of what do you believe are some of the blockers as to why these items weren't actually implemented? And like I said, you could potentially just write something up if we don't have enough time to discuss it today, but
Okay.
that'll help give a better picture.
Yeah, I'll let Charlie touch on who we work with, but I'm happy to send an email or schedule some time with you to kind of talk through some of the other items, given we're on a time crunch here, so.
Okay, thanks.
And we'll follow up on that.
Yeah.
In the essence of time.
Okay, we have Councilwoman Hammond, and then we have you, Ziegler.
Okay, so thank you for enduring the procedural questions. We were trying to figure out kind of how best to manage this in this moment, because there isn't necessarily an ask before us tonight, and I want to be clear on that.
Yeah.
I do know from conversations that some of these items for us to move on would require us to, I think, broaden or you all would become the sole banker of the city, and if I understand correctly, maybe you're not the sole banker right now. So I just want to understand, sounds like an amazing list of opportunities,
Yeah.
but I'm curious about what the potential demerits are if we were to implement these 5 items.
Yeah, so as I understand it now, we are your sole bank. And
Okay.
so, the 5 items here are things that, from our analysis and what we can see from other peer-like municipalities across our footprint and in market, that are opportunities for the city to either optimize itself, become more efficient, and/or earning opportunities to capitalize on. And lastly, probably the last one is around the initiatives that the city has, particularly with affordable housing, where we can be a value add.
Okay, so is your position that there aren't necessarily risks for us to implement some of these that, I'm curious
Well,
about,
yeah.
this is a fabulous list,
So from my perspective, the interest rate piece is low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, yeah,
All we would need is a yes, do it.
Okay.
We can flip the switch on, right? And so the commercial card, as I understand it, needs a little bit more buy-in from you guys.
okay.
But the interest rate piece is low-hanging fruit.
And your deposits are collateralized under state law, so there's no risk of loss to the city.
Okay. Madam City Attorney, is there something that would preclude the city manager and his expertise and administration to make this decision to act on item 1?
Item 1 being on the
interest-
agenda?
Oh, no, sorry, the item here
on
that
the
is,
screen,
that would
okay.
allow us to basically increase our revenue by $60,000 monthly. That sounds like a really great opportunity for the city, and I'm just curious if there is something that would prohibit the city manager from making that determination.
So if it's simply just Regions moving the city's cash to maybe a different type of account for the purposes of taking advantage of this increased interest rate, I don't think that requires city council involvement.
So the only items that we need to discuss then are the commercial card items, because of how it connects to the travel, the credit card policy. So then, for the purpose of this discussion, Councilman Ziegler, do we have enough information so that the city manager can act so that we can at least benefit from this first item?
Can I just, so what type of card you get and its perks? Because it sounds like there's some rebate perks that are embedded in a card that they're willing to offer.
It's a cash rebate. So what we do is aggregate the total volume spent, and once a year we take that and we assign a return value back to our clients. And so it's a cash rebate.
So I think the only action for the council is just the policy, right? If you got a card that has these perks, awesome, right? Maybe there is something embedded that allows the city manager and finance to accept this rebate, this cash back into the budget, right? But other than that, I don't think you guys would have decision-making on what kind of card the bank offers. It's just that the policy on how you use the card is really where you guys live.
So with that, then, Councilwoman Ziegler, is it appropriate then, I know that you're working on an investment policy, but we should be able to take advantage of this, my opinion is right away. So, Mr. City Manager, do you need something else from council? It sounds like you don't.
Not until you get the credit card policy down pat, but
Okay.
I recommend you accept a new credit card situation from anybody.
Okay. Okay. I yield. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Councilwoman Ziegler?
I'll just go last so I can address anything anybody has.
Councilwoman Cumming?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. So I think this question will be for council. I know they have the piece here about the interest rate and us potentially taking advantage of the $60,000 a month. But are we going with Regions for everything, or is it you can do certain services? Because I know you said you had Bank of America. Do we want to look at, I mean, I know the $60,000 looks really good, but are we going, is it in stone that Regions will be the bank, or will we use other banks for other services? Because I know you said Bank of America, and I know OZK, they may have another presentation that they would like to have. So is this the end-all decision that, okay, so anybody
To be
can answer?
clear, I can be,
Okay.
I can clarify. So, investment policy is something that's still going to be worked through. right?
Okay.
And how we handle our investments is going to really focus around how we handle investing reserves and things of that nature. What this is talking about is how our checking account is set up.
Right.
So as we were briefed earlier,
Right.
our account was not set up for the corporation that we are. So just by giving, and I just got the acknowledgement from the city attorney, is within my authority to instruct to set up our accounts in a way that's more appropriate for a corporation of our size. That's all we're doing. There's no time commitments. There's no anything outside of restructuring our accounts to better reflect the type of organization that we are. The other piece that we had talked about, the credit card, and all those pieces, those things are still going through policy review, and they will be coming in accordance with the timelines that we've talked about.
Okay, so the thing is, we could potentially, and the only reason I'm saying it is because I know Regions is here and they have a really nice presentation, but are we giving other banks an opportunity? I mean, because OZK may come back and say, they'll give us $75,000 a year. I just don't, a month, I don't know, I'm just saying, so, we're still open and we're entertaining other banks as well, correct? Okay.
Yeah,
I just
it
wanted to make
seems
sure
like
I was
we
clear on
also,
that.
I'm sorry, it seems like we also have Bank of America on the
Right,
list
she
to
had Bank
review
of
as
America
well.
so I just wanted, I didn't know.
Okay.
Even I know this is what Regions has, but, you
So
know, want
we-
to get the most bang for the buck at the end of the day, so.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
It doesn't take any of those off the table. We
Okay.
can always change and take all our money out of Regions if we want to. Not to say that we would, but we can do that. This is just structuring our money the way it is now. It's no commitments, no timelines. We can change our mind next month if we wanted to.
Okay, understood, clear as mud, thank you. I yield.
Thank you. All right, Council, we're at 30 minutes on this presentation and this discussion. Is there any other questions that we have for this one? Councilman Atkins, and then,
I've gone twice.
okay, you've gone twice, right? And then you haven't gone twice, Councilman Atkins, go ahead.
Right, no, I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Hemming's question. We are still working on, and we did ask for the credit card policy, the travel policy. And so we were learning that Regions Bank had some of the functionality that we wanted to see. So based on the policy that we come up with, we just want to make sure that the platform that they have for the P card would be able to support our policy. So we have to finish the policy first and then make sure that their P card platform will do what we'd like for it to do. And we had some things about shutting the card down if receipts are not uploaded and being able to upload receipts. It sounds like that is a functionality of it. So we just have to do the credit card policy and then make some decisions based on product that either of the banks that are presenting would have.
Okay, thank you so much for you have one more question for them, or is that?
Oh, no,
complete?
no, I was
Okay.
just going to say that, yeah, so we're under the impression in the Budget and Finance Committee that, that Mr. Jones may need a full vote, but in order to move forward with getting the extra money for, interest and stuff like that. And now that we know that we don't need that and he can move forward with that, then we're good with that. And then I'll bring the investment policy back in March. And then hopefully we'll have a presentation by Bank of America.
All right. Okay, well, I think that's all from council. All right, thank you so much for your
Thanks for your time.
presentation. Thank you. All right, and we crossed out number 2, so we're going to go to the fiscal outlook by our city manager, and then we'll go into the next one, so. Okay, and we don't, I'm sorry. Do we have, is there possible that we don't have a copy of the presentation that is going to be presented tonight? I don't think council has had an opportunity to look over those. Typically, the finance, this part 2 presentation tonight? Okay, Mr. City Manager, can we get the presentation, like, ahead of schedule so council can take a look at it?
Is that something that you want with all presentations? Because
Yes.
that's not typical.
Yes. Yes.
Madam
If that's-
Mayor,
Go ahead.
I'm in.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it is typical, it's part of our work session policy that attachments, presentations, all of that should come once we receive the agenda booklet. It's a part of our work session policy that attachments, whatever we have, it's supposed to be in the booklet.
So
Go ahead, so
that-
moving forward.
That's been a new one because we just had presentations this evening even that wasn't in the booklet. I mean, if that's something that we want to try to do moving forward, we certainly can, but that's not been anything that I've seen thus far.
Okay, we'll take Madam City Attorney, do you have the work session or policy up so that we can confirm? And then for the Deputy Clerk, if we could just have those added to the work session, if that's what we have in our policy. Thank you.
I will confirm shortly if the current work session policy provides for such.
All right, thank you. And so until you find it, can we move forward, or you want to wait until we find it? Can we just proceed into?
I think if you want to hear the presentations and you don't have them, that's a decision you guys have to make, whether you're okay with hearing from the presenters without the written policy.
We can go ahead, but.
All right, seems like we have, everyone would like to move forward, and so we can set the clock now for the presentation, please? All right, 10 minutes, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is part two. We dealt with part one, was mostly focused on the macro attributes that are leading to some of the headwinds that our budget is facing. Now, this turn is towards the micro. So the micro fiscal headwinds are really focused on, building upon our discussion about the macroeconomics, but the focus is specifically on internal fiscal pressures affecting the city. These micro headwinds will be reflected in operational realities, infrastructure obligations. We'll spend some time talking about our reserves, health and staffing trends, as well as the need to really focus in on a plan on our next 2 to 3 fiscal years. You can go to the next. So really, and you'll see it as we go through the next series of slides, they really will connect to 3 pillars. One, I like to say with finance, operations, and then ultimately what our services deliver is hopefully community impacts. That obviously reflects particularly around finances with our liabilities. Operations typically are capacities and operational cost pressures, and then community impact make direct relationship to our ability to be resilient, and that connects to being sustainable, and our reserve health allows us to do that. Next slide, please. So one of the biggest liabilities single liabilities we have right now, we've had a couple conversations about this, I know during my tenure, and particularly around our last audit, was the wastewater treatment liability of $16 million. So this is a significant regional infrastructure obligation related to services that are provided by Fulton County associated with our wastewater treatment services. This is a substantial financial exposure for us, and it was raised in our last audit, and I'm sure it will, be addressed in some fashion in our next audit, or our current audit that we're going through right now. But what it does give us the importance of that we need to have some type of plan, some type of strategy in dealing with that pressure. And so it's certainly something that is going to be part of our utility rate study. I've asked that it be kind of separated from our traditional rate pressures of it's been a while since we have done a rate increase, but also it's kind of a separate item because it's a long-standing additional capital expense within the rate considerations. It also creates a reduced flexibility for future capital infrastructure investment. It actually has a great impact on our reserves, which I'm going to spend a couple more slides talking about it. Active coordination with Fulton County and a long-term financial planning will be absolutely essential to mitigate this risk while still working to maintain our service reliability. So another pressure, and when you see a fund balance, that's essentially our reserves. the city policy recommends that we have in that particular enterprise fund, which is our water and resources, having $8.5 million of fund balance within that enterprise, and that's identified as a healthy recommended standard to give us stability, allow us to address emergencies, support infrastructure investment, and in addition to that, recent projections show us at around $2.5 million below what those recommended healthy, fiscal healthy standpoint levels are. So this creates some concerns. It raises concerns with our reliability, making sure that our service is affordable, because obviously cost factors, we don't have the ability to use reserves to flatten or even out any type of spikes in service costs. We talked about some of the federal issues like tariffs and how material costs can go up. Well, when the infrastructure maintenance issues come up, we don't have the ability of reserves to have to patent a flattened increase or prevent from peaks or in service costs. Another thing is supporting our infrastructure maintenance and regulatory compliance. Again, when things need to be addressed, we have less ability to meet those needs because the reserves are being stretched and strained. And so it's really important that, particularly when we do get revenues in, that we spend time not rushing to reinvest, but to also replenish reserve balances that play a key fiscal role in the long term. Next slide, please. So in the last slide, I didn't really spend time talking about the image, but there was a gentleman who was a coal miner that had a cage of birds, and so those birds really represented our 5 funds. And if you recall, there were 2 birds that were down. And so the imagery is supposed to kind of reflect, while yes, that's concerning, maybe somewhat alarming, it's not necessarily a crisis, but it does require us to have a plan. So if you were to continue to go down that well, your air toxicity probably is not going to be good, or you may need to have to put on a mask, or you may have to turn around. You'll have to take some type of planned action. And so that imagery is really trying to reflect our reserve levels in our various funds. So we have general fund, we have electric fund, and then we have our water and sewer fund. You might notice that's in the red. Our solid waste fund, that's also in the red, trying to depict very in the red. But and then we have our stormwater fund. So 2 of our funds are stressed, and while that doesn't mean that we need to be alarmed, but it does mean that we need to be concerned, and we do need to start taking corrective actions. So I kind of covered some of the challenges with having those funds and that are below recommended minimum levels. And we talked about flexibility, talked about vulnerability to things that might come up, the potential impacts long term, and also how important those reserve strengths are. So we can go on to the next slide. So another micro issues are workforce stabilization, and budget tightening. Of course, we've been kind of touting that we've been closing our vacancy rates which strengthen our operational continuity, focusing more on customer service and service delivery. However, that increase also creates other pressures and budget tightening on our budgets. So, obviously personnel costs go high when you have declining vacancies. Improved program implementation, things are getting done. That operational activity is now being picked up and causing expenses.
Madam Mayor, I move that we allot 10 additional minutes for the completion of this presentation.
Okay, second, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, and I just want to make sure that we have this right. So City Manager, just for the record, this presentation is about the fiscal outlook. Is there anything in particular in this presentation that we should be looking out for as you're going through the final phases or go ahead.
Yes, I certainly definitely think you should be looking out for our fund balance reserves. We'll be talking more and more about that.
Okay.
And I also think that we'll be talking about the next couple of slides. We'll be talking about some comparable communities. I think the council could spend some time finding some benchmark communities that the council would like the city to recognize, and when we're looking at policies and things of that nature, to better focus in on. And I'll talk a little bit about our operational challenges that we're also looking to address in both our budget and in the way that we're operating to try and maximize on efficiencies to take advantage of dealing in an environment that has tighter costs.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be mindful of time as we move forward. Okay, thank you. And I think we're at 11 minutes. Thank you so much.
Great. So I'm going to move to the next slide. So kind of running, I think there was some questions as to looking at some of our peer cities. I can say that infrastructure needs are affecting a number of communities across the state. This kind of illustration just shows the ongoing infrastructure need that's out there that's also putting fiscal strains and creating higher costs on our expenses. We just went through looking at the cost for a recreation center and noticing the increase on that project that is not even in the ground, started working yet, but is already now $10 million more than originally thought of. So these headwinds are certainly taking advantage on a number of cities around the state. Next slide. One of the things that also was brought up was trying to use analytics and seeing how we match up with other cities. And the importance there with regards to our budget is we could do a number of things, especially when we see that there's communities that we're constantly finding ourselves. I mean, this is a competitive world, just like any other business. People make choices with their feet. And so we look at what are some of the things that we admire in some other communities that we like to introduce in our cities and how we structure our investments to get there. So Area Vibes is just one of the analytical firms that base ratings on livability. This is just an example. I use College Park just because they're our next door neighbors, but you can essentially use any community in the country to compare yourselves to. I've seen definitely in the budget practices where we identify benchmarks. And so where council are interested in certain communities, we're more than happy to kind of line ourselves up with those. And you can go to the next slide. I think you'll see, so this is an example of a livability ranking with other cities. So you can see where there's areas where we can improve upon. You can see areas where we're doing outstanding on. So you can kind of go down these categories. And then we get an overall livability ranking. And so that very top ranking shows East Point at 77. But you can see how that matches up with some of the other places that are identified there. Go to the next slide. So the other piece, and then going to that, if you recall the three pillars, another piece was operations and operational capacities. And so efficient operations are essential to proactive fiscal planning. And long-term fiscal stability is also important as part of the budgeting process. So as we navigate to increase the fiscal, increase fiscal protections against increased fiscal pressures, while maintaining our essential services, it is critical that our organization structure workflows and resource allocation to both support operational excellence as well as fiscal resilience. So to that end, there's been several areas that I've already kind of started focusing on. And one of the things that is the first step is actually conducting process mapping, which is commonly also identified as Lean Sigma process mapping, which looks at really taking out some of the inefficiencies and really drilling in and being efficient, well-ran, with less duplication, less waste, things of that nature that actually result in bottom line expenditures for a budget. So we're certainly focused on customer care. That's been one of the areas we're looking at introducing process mapping. I know our Deputy Finance Director, Shannon Golden, is focusing on a special assignment where he's looking at reorganizing potential for customer care. We wanted to introduce the same thing for information technology services department. And the Office of Equity and Inclusion and Empowerment has been a department that was initially started with ARPA funds. Now we're going to have to switch to general funds and looking at how that department continues. I know there's been even some considerations on rebranding. All that would fall into looking at, and that's where the council will be really critical on what that department looks like as we move forward. The other issue in planning and community development has been ongoing with our building permits and our relationship with our development community. So we're looking at some process mapping for that as well. So organizational capacities will be also part of our budget process and making sure that we basically are lean and effective. So last just thoughts, I just wanted to keep us on task on where we are with our budget activities as we continue on. We're running a little behind on our departmental operational budgets, but we're working diligently to get caught up on that before we start really rolling into our one-on-ones with City Council. But before that, you may also start getting a survey forwarded to you from our consultant who's going to walk us through our goal setting process, which is established on February 21st. But it's going to be really critical, especially if you're not going to be able to make that Saturday work session, that you participate in that survey, because that information is going to be really important to really help establish our priorities for our budget. And then we'll have our one-on-one meetings with each of you, which you will basically have the entire finance and city manager apparatus at your will to answer any questions, delve into any areas that you would like, and to work through whatever priorities you may have individually as a ward, as well as any collective initiatives that you support. With that, I'm prepared for any thoughts or any questions.
Thank you. And do we have the time check? Are we past 10? What was the time? We're at, what's that? We're at 1 minute for the presentation that was just given? Oh, okay, so you said it for 10. I just wanted to make sure we're up on time. So 10 minutes for the whole presentation, and we're at 11 minutes for his entire presentation? Is that what? Okay, just wanted to make sure that we would, all right. We had 20 minutes total. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, and I think we... Nope, we're good. Just want to make sure when the presentation starts, we're fine. Thank you so much. All right, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I just want to refer to rule number 15, agenda items, but I'm noticing that it says council members, but we may want to look at it being across the board for anyone that has an agenda item. But it says, may place an item on the agenda provided the item has first been to a work session or presented to council for discussion at a prior council meeting, and all associated paperwork was submitted to the clerk's office by the established deadline for receiving information. What I wanted to say is this is a second presentation that we have received from the city manager's office in reference to the budget. I can't function properly unless I have the information a few days in advance. That is just something that needs to be the standard as we move forward to move the city of East Point forward. A presentation the day of and processing the day of just leaves too many unanswered questions. So I'm going to request that anyone that puts any information on the agenda, that we have the documentation so that we can look at it and ask questions beforehand. That's just a professional courtesy. Going on to the presentation that you just presented to us, in the last presentation I mentioned the fact that there were no numbers. I believe in numbers. I want to know what the numbers actually look like. You were heavily focused on the water and sewer department, but I know for a fact that that department goes after grants, they go after monies. Ossoff presented a check. Nikema Williams presented a check. I would be interested in knowing how much grant funding that department has gone after. Number 3, the sanitation department always runs a deficit, but somehow they catch up. Going back to what I said about the grants in the water and sewer department, the pipes are over 70 years old. And this is not happening only in East Point, it's happening in Union City, it's happening in the city of Atlanta. Everyone is addressing infrastructure issues. This is my first time seeing customer care, IT, but this is the second time that I'm seeing the Office of Equity. Now, we had a presentation last week that talked about $1 million, upwards to $3 million for a FIFA event. I think what is important is that the research is done as to why we have that office. It was an entire study done with the Southern Equity. That is how we got Morehouse School of Medicine in, a lot of our health initiatives in. And I guess the main reason is they help the residents in East Point, but this is the second time that I've seen them a part of a budget presentation, which is cause of concern for me because we should be able to find the money. I'm sure we'll be able to find it. And the other one is number 8, the planning and community development. When you first came, Mr. Jones, we had a meeting that April, and I gave you a list of 10 items, but I also said that the planning and community development department, where you get your permits from, the office was short-staffed. I believe they did a presentation back in 2023 or 2024. Their equipment wasn't up to date. What has been done to address that? But I don't want to belabor it. I just want to go on record with just some of the things that I've seen. I'm going to yield, and I'm going to put this information in an email because I have to give a hard pause. We're talking about the budget, and you're coming with presentations and giving us information within 15 minutes, and that's just not enough time to take the information and really take a deeper dive in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you. First, I'd just like to follow up on some things that my colleague has stated. Councilman Martin Rogers, I am 1,000% in support of the idea that we have all of the information that we need to consider, but I think we should apply that to ourselves as well as to staff, because our practice lately is that we're getting agenda items at 6:29 for a 6:30 meeting, and so I don't think that we should just apply that to the staff, but to even all of us. And I think that this is a great item for us to discuss on our Saturday meeting in terms of how we would like to move forward, so we can make sure that our meetings are more efficient and that we are better prepared and we can discuss those things and have that knowledge. So I agree that we need to do better ourselves, and we're adding things to agendas the day of, very last minute, and so I think we need to look at that. Mr. City Manager, I have a question about one of your slides. It's the area vibes, and it's a comparison between the city of East Point and the city of College Park. I noticed something, I think it may have been the second bullet as it relates to crime stats, and it just sort of like blew my mind. I think it was saying that we are like 293%. I can't remember the wording exactly, but just wanted to know if you had an idea as to where Area Vibes pulls its data to create these comparisons. Is it from the federal government, Department of Justice, from level 1 crimes, or any of those things? I just don't know, but that just seemed a lot.
So I am aware of the FBI crime statistics. They utilize that information. This is a real estate kind of driven base. It's a Canadian company that looks at real estate trends, the purchase of homes and those kind of things, as well as census data and FBI data, which I shared. So there is also some survey information too that they utilize, because there's some feedback from citizens in the various communities that they also combine in part of their livability ranking.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I appreciate the information that you provided to us to give us a glance at some of the headwinds that we're having to deal with in this budget cycle. And I also appreciate the opportunities to do one-on-ones with all of us to answer any questions that we may have outside of your presentation this evening. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Councilwoman Caldwell and then Councilwoman Hammond.
Thank you. Well, first, I just want to say kind of ditto too, and I won't repeat what Councilmember Atkins and Dr. Martin Rogers mentioned, but it definitely would be helpful and beneficial to have as much information ahead of time. Two things I wanted to say, just kind of working in the tech space, I know that most successful business, they have three things: people, process, technology. Glad to hear that you are looking into the process and how to improve that or make that a little bit more efficient, but just wondering if you're also looking into technology that will help out with business continuity and things of that nature, especially with the water department. I would love to see a little bit more about that. And then you mentioned with the deficit around water and sewer, just wondering if if any of that deficit is coming from the data centers that we recently, that are coming on board, and if we have thought of any strategies and how we can maybe keep that cost with them versus kind of pushing that over to the city and residents.
Sure. So I will say, the technology piece, we're constantly looking, and water has actually done very good with some of the grants that was mentioned earlier to double down investments in technology. One of the one of the recent marvels, which we've certainly talked about, is our PFAS filtering, which is puts us in really short company with other communities. If you haven't done reverse osmosis, if you're not a community that has invested in that, then and you don't have PFAS filters, then the water quality is not as good because PFAS is what they call a forever chemical, that they haven't fully understand what the effects on the human body is. So by us having that, our water is very solid, very good. And so I will say that. The other side of that, though, is the fact that we are been aggressive in getting grants. It has put more strain on our reserves. And so if you go back to the macro presentation where I talked about the federal government requiring and needing to have higher levels of matching funds for their awards, that puts pressures on our reserves. So while we're aggressive in getting grants, the same benefit is actually a double-sided sword because it puts strain on reserves, which we already are now tracking that we're $2.5 million below the healthy reserve levels for water resources. And when that happens, I think it was also mentioned that solid waste, some kind of way, turns their deficit into a balanced budget. That only happens through general fund reserves. So even though those enterprises are their own separate business entities within the city, when they fail, they fall back on general fund. General fund is also what funds all of our services. So although it's kind of a cousin, it has an effect on the body of the immediate family, because when they fail, the parents have to pick up the collateral for the car payment when the kids can't pay it, right? So it does have an effect. But we are also always looking at technology. That is the way to try to stay relevant and continually to maintain excellent services. One of the reasons why IT has been mentioned, that we really need to zoom in on IT. It's certainly had challenges over the last year. They've gotten better, but they certainly, with the phones and all the other things that we experience, has been difficult to manage.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Hemming?
Madam Mayor, if I may, to the city manager. Mr. City Manager, I find this presentation very sobering. I know you said several times, like, don't panic, we're not at a panic space, but it certainly provides some context to things that we might see that you recommend in the budget, so thank you for the intention to lay it out. I also found the graphics to be useful. While Dr. Martin Rogers is a numbers woman, images helped me, so I appreciated the, whatever you call those meters that sort of showed the 5 different reserves and where they are. So my question is around the sanitation, solid waste. As a resident, I asked several questions about what our, I'll call them indirect cost recovery policy is. I'm probably using the wrong words. These are the words that are familiar to me. Let me describe what I mean. Each of the departments in this city uses some amount of resources from solid waste. And I'm curious about how they have been required to budget money in their respective departments so that solid waste does not continue to run the deficit that it's running. As I understand it, and I could be very wrong, that had not been a policy in East Point before. And so, for example, when we would have different events, when there would be like paper shredding activities, all different types of things, departments would use the services, but they would not be required to pay for those services. Right. In my profession, those services that benefit the entire organization and entity, we all pay into them because they all benefit us, if that makes sense. So can you tell me what has been the policy, what is the policy? Because I think some of the deficit in solid waste might be internally produced.
Thank you for that. Yes, I agree with you. And it has not been a practice in the past to do what you have articulated is what we would call a chargeback. So in situations where departments utilize that service, there's some budget practices that would do a chargeback so that the solid waste division could be appropriately accounted for the services that they're providing. Now, some of those departments would be general fund departments, and some of those departments would be other enterprise fund departments. And so a chargeback to general fund, while still pertinent in understanding how much is actually being provided to general fund departments, like a police department or a fire department, traditionally general fund departments. The general fund is always bailing out solid waste. And then they have helped solid waste, and we never have accounted for the general fund dollars to basically make solid waste balance. So trying to understand that and capture that, but then also there's situations where solid waste provides services to other enterprise funds, like a stormwater or water resources or you know, the other ones. So in those cases, those haven't been captured. So we've been looking at ways to do chargebacks to fairly represent what solid waste has been incurring. Obviously, things like illegal dumping, those things, we get them out there to pick it up, but we don't do anything to weigh that waste that we've picked up. So I've asked solid waste to look at how we can meter the waste that we get from those so that we can articulate those in numbers and be able to figure out how much waste that we're ultimately taking to our transfer station, which ultimately then goes to the landfill, which all represents hard costs for us. So there's things that we've been doing. Solid waste has been taking a deeper dive in finding out solutions to identify their unit costs as a department.
I'm glad that you said that, and also it reminded me of a discussion that Councilmember Atkins had with you about the illegal dumping, particularly around solid waste. So I'm grateful that you're taking a more thoughtful and proactive approach around measuring and hopefully more aggressively going after the offenders that are really charging, they're using our city as a dumping ground, and then we have to be dumped on again, if you will, by having to pay for these. So I appreciate that thoughtful approach. And then I just want to offer you this quote, and I think that you are already in this space, which is what is not measured does not change. And so driving measurement and then driving evidence around how our departments are using services that might be contributing to the deficit is a really helpful thing. So I appreciate what you're doing there. I yield.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more discussion or questions from council at this time? Okie dokie. We can move on to the next presentation. I think it's the FIFA presentation by Councilwoman Cumming. We have this one, and then,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
all right.
And I will turn this over to Mr. Maceo Rogers and our Economic Development Department. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Council, Maceo Rogers, Aaron Rogers, Economic Development, and also we have with us this evening Lisa Pearson with the East Point Power Department as well. And so I do apologize for just getting the information to you. We were late in the afternoon putting the finishing touches and finalizing the presentation for you today. But based on last week's meeting, what we want to do quickly is to share with you from the request received from the city manager, a Pinto, a Ford, a Cadillac kind of version of the presentation from last week, where it was really full out pie in the sky. This time we have really gone back and narrowed it down. So just getting right into it, what you will see is an aerial of the downtown area of East Point. Right there in the center is the Commons site. And then, of course, in the lower left-hand corner, highlighted in yellow, you will see the frontage of the City Hall. Next slide. Yes, okay, now we have the same aerial, but now we have City Hall as well as site number 2, which is that of the left corner of the Commons site. And then, of course, site number 3, which is really the full-fledged, blown-out portion of how we utilize the Commons site for some of our very large events. And then we'll go to the ground level. This is, of course, site number 1. This is just a front look of the City Hall, and what we're proposing as a real watered-down version in terms of trying to satisfy the budget constraints that we're working with. Next slide. We have now what we're calling a very scaled-down kind of plan that would involve scaled-down food trucks, no international village. You probably heard me speak of that last week. No stage, no VIP tent, but we will have one large LED screen, which you see right there in the center. Scaled-down beautification enhancements that would be taking place right around the City Hall complex. Scaled-down placemaking. This also includes 4th of July celebration as well as the first day of the games itself, which would be July the 15th. June 15th, I'm sorry. Thank you, Aaron. And so right here, we're in the middle of East Point Street. We're right in front of the LEC, which would be to your left. You're looking north on East Point Street, and you have the Commons on the right side. Next slide. This is the next step, which is we're playing off of this good, better, best scenario. This would be step number 2, a higher level. This would take place right there at the Commons site and kind of spill over into the street of East Point. Smaller selection of food trucks, but bigger than what we would have at the first site. No large-scale international village, smaller cluster of tents, small-scale stage with sound system. We will have a VIP tent, one large LED screen, scaled-down beautification enhancements effort, scaled-down placemaking. This would include, again, 4th of July as well as the first day of the games themselves. And, of course, we'd flank the area with flags, as mentioned last week as well. Site number 3, of course, this is still East Point Street looking north, and you have the Commons to the right, you have LED to the left. And this, of course, would be a broad onslaught. Typically, the bigger celebrations that we do, such as 4th of July, Wednesday Wind Down, that sort of thing. But it would involve a large variety of food trucks, large-scale international village, large-scale sound system, VIP tent, 2 large LED screens this time, multiple impact beautification enhancements happening throughout on a regular basis to keep the city clean and beautiful, multiple we'd have a scaled-down placemaking and efforts as well going on. This, too, would include 4th of July celebration as well as the first day of the games to be played in Atlanta. And, of course, the flags would circle or encase that whole site and run along East Point Street as well. And so this would be a full-out approach. And also, I wanted to just briefly share, you're going to hear some of this information again as we move forward. We did get some information from the CVB, and of course, one of the things that they want to just let you know is that they've created a comprehensive marketing plan with proposed citywide activations, produced and executed FIFA-themed logo, as well as created FIFA-themed brand statement, Where the World Competes, produced a Misa Casa Su Casa sports marketing campaign, and this includes television commercial, radio advertising, social media, website, and print ad publications. In addition to those things that they're doing, they're also producing promotional items, strategic partnerships, co-branding marketing efforts, secured advertising and marketing of East Point hotels with FIFA official partners in place, and of course presented an overview of the FIFA marketing plan and proposed citywide activations to the residents. So that is where they are with some of the things that they've done. Now I'm going to turn it over to Erin Rogers. She's going to come up and get just a little bit deeper into some of the numbers that we received from last week, but also we've drilled down, as I mentioned, on some of those things that we'll discuss this evening.
All right, Mayor, Council. So the first slide you're going to see here is just the overheads of what we've already done an overview. This is Site 1, which is centered around the City Hall. Obviously, we already went over some of the details for that, so we'll go to the next one. Again, this is a visual overhead of Site number 2. We are in the Commons, but there is no large-scale stage. It's kind of toned down. We are benefiting from the shared costs with the 4th of July for the VIP tent, the barricades, the porta potties, all of those things will be shared expenses for both. We're going to block that out for a month rental to capture both of those events. And then the third one will be the most similar, as he mentioned, to our larger scale events we currently produce. In addition, though, there will be those 2 large tents on the north end, right, the south of Ware, but on the north end of the Commons, which will be those international villages we mentioned last week. So each country would have items under there representing them, food, experiences or whatnot. And then there'll also be 2 LED screens. One of them will be on the stage and one of them would be in the green space area around the fan zone. So there's 2 opportunities for people to see the games play. The June 15th kickoff date, that kickoff for that game is 1 p.m. And so we would have a game watching starting then, and then afterwards we'd go into the stage entertainment festivities that we see with a lot of our larger scale events. So a really nice long day of activities for family, locals, residents, and tourists as well. Again, an overview of these 3, a general overview of the World Soccer Games plan. As we've mentioned before, there's 8 game days in Atlanta, 3 United Atlanta matches played elsewhere, but also, potential viewing areas. Of course, we've zoned in on June 15th due to budgetary concerns. And then there's other large-scale events already planned. For instance, again, Drag Down South, potentially Juneteenth and the 4th of July. So again, we're trying to get a nice little package together. So option 1, some of these highlights we've gone over, scaled down food trucks, food vendors, no international village, no VIP tent. I mean, we've kind of gone over this, but this is where it pulls down to. We'll get into the numbers which you have in your packets as well in a second, but essentially the big overall ask is $16,000 for this one, which would be outside of what we currently have budgeted and what we are potentially projecting for revenues that could offset some of these costs. So right now that would be that 16. Option 2, the same. These are the bullet points we just went over regarding the 2 events. This one's cost that we would have to come up with is approximately $36,000. That would again be what's outside currently budgeted in the budget currently, and then potentially offset by revenues. And then option 3, same thing, general overview here. What's outside of the budget and potential revenues is the 102. So, in the nitty-gritty in front of you, I'm a number gal as well, and so tried to be as comprehensive as I could in these. Each of these options is 2 pages on that presentation. This goes in and kind of lets you know what's removed, what's been scaled down for each option. And then you'll see some notes too about those beautification and placemaking enhancements. I think one of the things that was mentioned last week was what are some things that can stay behind that the community can benefit from. So this section you'll see is across all 3 options, but at different levels, different scales. So in option 1, Instead of having music every day during the period that the FIFA, games are occurring, we'd focus on those 8 days that people are in town, and so we would do 8 days of music. So if they came and visited our city, one of those, when they walk out of MARTA, they would hear the music and the festivities kind of going on in our downtown. Again, we had originally pitched having litter pickup every day. In this scenario, we pick 11 every third day, essentially, which is 11 days approximately in that time period, to have someone kind of scouring the city, making sure we look nice and clean and tidy. Let's go back one. And I'm going over these because you're going to see them in each option, just at a different level. The planters, again, in my first budget.
Council, would you like to extend the time for 10 minutes? Okay.
If Councilman Cumming is making that motion, I'll second it for her.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the time for additional 10 minutes.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. We scaled the planners down in this particular scenario to like around 10, again, to do some key beautification in the area. The next two line items, I think, are important, and go back to those leave-behinds per se as well. Essentially creating these welcome mats at key intersections. So when you come off of 166 in the portion that we own that's not GDOT, have something that says Welcome East Point, carved in it with art or whatnot. So when people are getting off the entryways, whether they're coming here for FIFA or they're just coming home every day from work, or they've got visitors coming into town, this would essentially establish some welcome mats into our community that would stay behind. And one of those intersections I pulled out as a particular line item as you were coming from Camp Creek, which again, people will be visiting, from the airport or whatnot, coming through. As you're coming up Washington Road, what I kind of call like our 6 Points area, which is at Taylor and Washington where the fountains are. I think that's a really underplayed intersection. It's got just so many roads and so many people seeing it. And so doing a really nice display in that intersection, but also resurfacing that water fountain, maybe with some mosaics, something that's shimmery with the water coming over. So again, it welcomes people as they're coming into our downtown area, but it's one of those things that residents can benefit from moving forward, of just having that area really highlighted. So again, you'll see this at different scales, but in all of them. And then one back. Want to point out this current budgeted amounts as well, because again, we're going to see them in all three options. The current EPMSA budgeted contract amount for the 4th of July event, which is what we're presenting as this package. It would have an LED screen for watching the FIFA game that's played elsewhere that day, but also again celebrating the 250th year birthday of the U.S. So some of the costs are offset by that amount going back into it. EPMSA reps are actually here. Well, no, I'm sorry. They had to peel out a little bit. They thought it was going to be a little bit earlier. But they would be offsetting those costs with that by packaging it. Again, the VIP tent, the barricades, the porta potties and whatnot. And then also they're welcome to pitch in. They're going to help with the June 15th if that's approved. Moving forward, we also already have the fireworks in our budget, so that's an offset cost here as well. And then leftover funds went through and kind of weeded out in the ED budget that I have some things that we could pull aside and use toward this initiative as well. So that brings us to 150 that could be applied to all three of these options across the board. Revenues for this one option, again, would be a lot more scaled down than the larger option. So I'm estimating vendor fees at $2,000. Alcohol fee, we looked at doing $2 per drink sold, flat, which would be based off tickets so that we could get that money back from one of the groups that partners to sell. Potential sponsorships for, again, that scale, that option one scale, around $5,000. Then, of course, getting some food donated, sale of ice bags, and also getting that donated, which we've had with other relationships. And then for this one, I know admission fees had kind of been tossed around, so some options on that would be, for this scale, probably free for East Point residents, but maybe $5 for non-residents, again, due to the amenity levels. So that's how we get to that level. All right. Option 2, again, I'm not going to go line item line, but the same gist. It tells you what we are scaling down from that original, per se, Cadillac that we had submitted to you guys before. This one has a little bit more of economies of scale because we are back on the commons, so we can utilize that VIP tent we already have over there, the barricades and fencing as well. And then we'll go to the next one. Again, reduced beautification and placemaking from what was presented last week, but there is definitely a good representation there of those leave-behinds. Same 150 removed from that budget, and the revenues projected a little bit higher due to the additional amenities, bringing us to that 36,000. Option 3, this is more similar to what we had previously. It is still a little bit scaled down, but this goes all out similar to those larger scale events that we have with the 2 LED screens, so we'll keep going. Same amounts deducted, and the vendor fees and sponsorships and whatnot were pulled from some of the numbers that we got from one of our other scaled events, so we're at 102. And again, this is just showing that June 15th, that is going to be Spain versus Cabo Verde, playing at 1 o'clock here, and then there's a 6 p.m. and a 12 midnight game. Doubt we'll be showing the 12 midnight game later that evening, but the 6 p.m. we can potentially run on that option 3 as its second LED. And that's it.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
I just wanted to
Sorry,
say,
go ahead.
I wanted to say thank you so much for your presentation. I'll look over it and provide feedback. But I also wanted to say that it is extremely scaled back. The other events that are put on in the city cost more than kind of what was presented tonight. So I want us to just kind of make sure we maintain a standard. Like, I mean, and that's all I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's extremely scaled back. But the other thing I wanted to say was I would be interested in knowing what were the plans from the CVB? Like, but I know that you don't have them. They're going to come before us, but that's going to be a question that I'm going to ask them because it was a 2-year head start. So I'd be interested to know the pivot and the shift. When did that happen? The other thing is, how come we are not capitalizing on the soccer park that's right there by Oz Pizza and cornering that area off instead of right here, but maybe right there where the soccer park is? You can tie in Oz, you can tie in Cupcakery, chairs. Like, have we thought about maybe moving it closer so that if you want to be out here on the lawn and listen to music, you can, but what about some activities right there at that soccer park? That's not the soccer park.
Yes, ma'am, and we, of course, we've met with Soccer in the Streets on that very thing. What they mentioned to us is that they wanted to wait to see what our product is in terms of what the city's plans are, and they would roll right into that. So they do have plans. They've not announced exactly what that is, but once we give them our plan, they will fit into it.
Yeah, because I feel like if we transition from the lawn and we go straight ahead over to the left, that's your space to work in. But that's just my opinion. Thank you.
And just one more on the option 3 is the closest to those large scale events that we're talking about. In fact, we'll have an LED screen out there on the side that won't be usual, and we'll have that International Village. So that's the most mentally, like that's really more along what you're used to getting.
Hi, I'm sorry. They had forgot about my part of it.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you have another addition to this part? Okay.
Representing the electric part.
The electric. So we're in the middle of questions. Do you want, Council, would you like for her to proceed with her presentation? Or do you?
That'll be
Okay.
fine.
All right, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm Lisa Persons. I'm representing the electric department. We've been working together, and we felt like it was important to report on the electric part, because regardless of if we have events or not, our electricity is going to be impacted because of FIFA. So I just wanted to give a few talking points. With East Point being located 3.5 miles from the world's busiest airport and sitting directly on the MARTA line between the airport and Mercedes-Benz Stadium. So there will be a significant number of visitors that will stay in, pass through, and operate within East Point for the games. That means that the electrical demand will be continuous and sustained and not just limited to game times and/or city activities. So hotel and short-term rental saturation. Hotel and short-term rental saturation, extreme summer heat, the extended business hours, transportation, and mobility activities will contribute to increased electrical demands. We can expect, talking to the CVB, we can expect near full occupancy throughout June and July, which means that'll be pulling continuous HVAC, lighting, elevators, laundry loads, et cetera, from the grid. Prolonged high temperatures will drive round-the-clock air conditioning use. Heat can significantly increase the strain on transformers and distribution equipment. So restaurants, hospitality, retail opening later and longer will contribute to elevated nighttime electrical demand. Also, increased MARTA usage, ride share, EV charging will increase demand from our electrical grid. This could challenge our distribution and response. Risk could include localized grid overloads, equipment stress during sustained peak conditions, and outages that may occur outside of normal business hours. Our reliability is going to depend on proactive monitoring and timely responses.
Is there more to your presentation, or is this?
Just a little bit more.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to hold up the meeting, and I don't want council not to get the information that they need. So what I'm asking is this something that you guys want to continue to hear, or do you want to capture this in an email? I just want to make sure that you get the information that you need and still being respectful of time.
We can have the remaining information in the memo that we can forward to council.
Okay. All right. Okie dokie. Questions?
So thank you for the presentation that you guys gave. And I think, so this that you all have prepared, this is just for one day, correct? Just that one day? 15th and July.
Use the microphone.
So you said 15th and July 4th. Okay, and just to echo some of the, 15th and the 4th of July. So, like I said, it is definitely scaled back, tremendously scaled back. And I know Councilmember Martin Rogers, she talked about it would have been helpful had the CVB been here. I know you read a statement, so I still don't know, because I think a lot of the costs could potentially be absorbed with sponsorship, but we still don't know who the sponsors are or if there are any sponsors. So if not, you definitely look at city pretty much footing the bill. I definitely wouldn't scale back, but I know you said based on all the options with the vendors, you can still have as many vendors. I mean, because the more vendors you have, the more money that you are able to bring in as a result. So I don't think that should be scaled back. And we talked about, I know she talked about Oz Pizza and that soccer area that they have there. Another place is utilize those businesses that we do have here. Utility Works, excellent place. You could do watch parties, and I think on those other days that they have the games, consider, and like I said, everything is, once we find out just really how much money is in the pot, but you look at the Utility Works area, I think that would be a real nice place to have viewing parties. We talk about the international flags. I just pulled them up on Amazon, get a whole tailload of flags. I mean, so I know that we're talking about, the cost, and we still really don't know what it is that we'd be working with because we don't know exactly what it is that we're putting on. I think CVB does play a integral part in this with regards to, I know that they'll do the advertising, they'll market this, but I mean, like I said, we're pretty much mid-February. So now we're down to 3.5 months, and we still it's not even a flag hanging or anything. I mean, nothing to let people know. Have we even thought about a name? Because like I said, I know we can't use FIFA World Cup or anything. So have you guys considered a name for the event?
Yeah, so the CVB I designed a logo. It's Where the World Competes. For this particular event, the logo incorporates a soccer with a kid kicking the ball in there. And so that would be the logo and the branding, Where the World Competes.
Okay, so that's the logo. I mean, but so is it East Point Soccer Fest 2026. I mean, I get their catchphrase, their slogan for it. What is it, where the world what?
Yeah, that was actually the name that was proposed, Where the World Competes, for that, but we can come up with a couple of other kind of.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that, because
No, I understand. We'll go back to them, and we were kind of letting the branding and advertising stuff, so that was the name that was presented there, but we'll go back to see if we can name this particular kickoff celebration or something, give it a.
I get what you're saying in naming it. I just, like I said, I just think we should just be so much further along in this process. And like I said, we're at the 25th hour, and time is of the essence, and we really need to get this ball rolling. And I don't know, like I said, we don't know what the CVB is doing. We don't know what they're putting into this pot or anything. And if they are an integral, I mean, if they're a key component to any of this, really kicking off. So we just need something more concrete. This is, I get this and I understand what you guys are doing, but like I said, this is just for one day. So the other days, what is the plan? I mean, because you just have this, the first day and 4th of July. So are we not doing anything the other,
The placemaking music downtown is in all three of the options, so we will be right next to the little soccer field that we have downtown. And once we figure out which direction, they'll cultivate some items to kind of go along with that. So we will have that music down there and the welcome kind of murals on the ground around that area. We're also going to be doing essentially, can't call it that, but a FIFA guide for our businesses. So where the watch parties are with our different businesses, we'll have one central area where we'll hold all that information so that people will know in between what we're doing, where these other businesses, are picking up the slack and doing watch parties to also benefit them as well. So we'll have a whole series of those that will be advertised.
okay, and can you pass this on back to the CVB, the Ike boxes that I've talked about for a year now? Will be perfect when people get off of MARTA to come to that initial event, June 15th. If those boxes are up, it's going to be a digital display right when they come off, and they can see it. So maybe you can pass that on?
Yes, ma'am, we will.
And we've also.
And I was just going to say that, we are certainly talking to businesses that are interested in doing watch parties. And so we're looking at really putting together, significant partnerships with the businesses that we can also market and put the word out, because we do want people to come here and be a part of it. So we are making a concerted effort to do just that, and working in partnership with the CVB, and as soon as they, come to present to you more, then we will have more to go on.
Okay, and I think something that would be good is the last thing. Whatever it is, if you're going to do watch parties or whatever, I think we should start, and if we want to incorporate businesses here, we need to start doing our own meetings as well, just to kind of meet with all the business owners to let them know just what the plan is, moving forward, and how we plan on going about it, and to market those particular businesses. So, and it'll be good for East Point to show up at some of the meetings that they're having in the city of Atlanta. So I will get that information to you, okay?
Okay. We are meeting monthly with the business meetings. That's been a discussion on all of those. So we've tossed around ideas, let them know kind of what we're looking at. In addition, a QR code, which we talked about before any of this came up, posting that on some of our signage downtown so that no matter what it is or what time of the year, they can pop it up there and find out what's going on in the city, what's coming up. And that would be incorporated into that QR code as well, so that they could find out what's kind of going on with the city.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to move to Councilwoman Caldwell, and then I saw Councilwoman Ziegler, and then Councilman Atkins, the three I have in this round. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you all for the presentation. I appreciate the scaling back, because those first numbers were pretty shocking. So I appreciate you putting together something that was scaled back. A couple of questions that I have. I really do like the idea from Councilmember Cummings around leveraging or partnering with businesses to do some of the watch parties. I think some of the places that you mentioned were great suggestions. The date was the first thing. So the 15th is a Monday. I would love for this to be really centered around residents here in East Point. We know that people are working on Mondays, and the game is at 1 o'clock. That may also potentially impact businesses there. There was one game that's on a Sunday, the 21st. I know it doesn't fit in the theme of a kickoff, but just, so that we could potentially center this around East Point residents coming out and being able to participate in FIFA in some way, shape, or form, considering the weekend day in addition to July 4th, and maybe utilizing the partnerships with other businesses for the watch parties on some of the other days. Love the murals and the things that will be left behind, so that was a great addition, great idea. And then two other things. One, you mentioned some things about increased costs around power, electric. Any recommendations you could provide to us would be great. And also just wondering if this pricing includes some of the additional costs that we typically see after the fact, like the sanitation, the water, and those type of things. If that is included in this budget, maybe we need to consider that. Consider that. And then the last thing, when do you need a decision on the budget?
As soon as possible. I mean, we could use it tonight, but I know that's impossible, but it's.
I wanted to say the departments did budget for 2 Wednesday wind downs for this year, last fiscal year, May and June. So some of those background costs that you're talking about, sanitation, overtime for the different departments, with the scaled down version, we figure, there were already 2 that were budgeted in there, so we should be able to cover the basics. Some of the stuff Lisa was talking about is kind of above and beyond because of that whole window of period of time that we'll have our hotels full. So that's where those kind of escalated costs, but the bare minimum to pull these off should already be in our budgets with the various departments because there were 2 events that we were going to be producing there.
Perfect, thank you. And just want to make sure that we prevent any outages if possible. So if there are recommendations, especially at the hotels, if there are recommendations, then please provide those.
Yes, so far we have we have been doing early spring vegetation and trimming around the trees because of the trees, and we've also been doing circuits for the hotels, the transportation corridors, and the event adjacent areas. So we already started working on it, but we will be giving out information to the public about things that we can do to try to keep outages to a minimum.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. I have Councilwoman Ziegler, and then I have Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you. So what are you thinking in terms of ensuring that this is going to make sense for us financially?
Well, we're certainly looking at return on investment, number one. And I think to Erin's point, we are looking at, we've done a deep dive in terms of the funds that we had allocated for this year anyway. And of course, the World Cup was not a part of that. We didn't know, that at that time, this time last year when we were going through budget, if this would be occurring here in terms of not the city of Atlanta, but just in terms of our roads. And so we carved out, again, 4th of July information, fireworks that we had part of our budget that would be part of this. And then there are some other funds, resources that we're looking at as well. But we're putting the funds that we do have, we're putting that in the pot. And then, of course, whatever revenue stream we can generate from sales, that will kind of dictate, I guess, what the outcome will be. But having the options in terms of a very watered down version, a mid-level version, and then of course the max version gives us something that we can actually choose from.
Okay, and so it sounds like that sales is going to be a huge part of revenue. So my question is, why would you scale back the International Village if that would be a source of sales?
So the International Village will be essentially a representation of those different countries there. I don't know how much, the CVB, that was one of their areas that they were going to focus on and try to like enhance. So I don't know how many sales per se are going to be coming through that area, but those tents alone cost a large sum. So 2 of those to start off were already in the negative. That's why we kind of did those tiered approach. It's a big hurdle to get back over it. But the best per se economies of scale is that larger option because again, the 2 events are sharing a lot of the same bigger costs to where we can try to leverage that and get the biggest bang for the community versus, some of the other options that we had looked at. But the vendor fees, as we've seen, Wednesday Wine Nail, was a pretty large scale following, and the vendor fees, as far as sales go and whatnot, which is represented in that budget, it's a lot to get up to.
And I was just going to add to that by saying that, East Point over the years have done a very good job at branding itself in terms of a great place to come and enjoy yourself entertainment-wise, to eat and hang out and meet with friends in downtown. We've been very successful. We've gotten a lot of coverage in news media outlets as well, print media, and people know now the name of East Point, and they know that if we put on an event, it's going to be a top-notch, first-class event for those attendees. And so branding, marketing, advertising has a big role to play in this effort. The sooner, the better we can get our word out to those listeners, the better off we will be because they will hear about East Point. They will reflect on past times in terms of them being here, how well they enjoyed. And if they enjoyed it the first time, which we know that they do, they always come back. And if we can stick to that model that we have right now rooted in place, then I think, we can be fairly optimistic that we will have a good turnaround on the investment. But again, we have those levels which really create a degree of guardrail so that we don't really go way over, but we do have a very successful, well-run event.
And, we are surrounded by huge corporations in Atlanta. We have Porsche, we have Chick-fil-A, we've got Coke. There's a ton of headquarters here. Have we approached anybody to be a sponsor for the entire thing?
No, ma'am, we haven't. One of the things we've been really focused on putting the product together. That is part of the game plan, but we've not reached out to anyone at this point. We do have sources, however, in place that we will be, and we know that we have local businesses that are willing to be a part of this as long as we kind of have a plan as to what the marketing package will be.
Yeah, we do have plans in the budget, that line item, a sponsorship company that would be doing, I'm not a fundraiser, it's not my cup of tea. So we would be putting together a sponsorship package and unleashing them to go out and see what we can get and secure for the company.
Okay, and that's going to happen soon?
Yeah, if we can get direction on this Monday night, and again, ideally, we'd love to package each of these options together so that we can pull the trigger for both, whichever package it is, and get it rolling. Yes, we've already been in talks behind the scenes with some companies that do this, so we could get right on it.
I'm just having trouble being able to make a decision, not understanding where the revenue is going to come from. And not having, sponsorships locked in or anything like that. It's just hard for me to make a decision on which level to approve because, we have to be financially sound first and foremost. We have to make this event make sense. That's it. I yield. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to pick up where my colleague left off in terms of revenue. And I believe that the question was asked, how soon would you like to have a decision from us? A huge part of making a decision, I mentioned it last week, is also understanding the revenue component. So if you had sponsorships, I heard you, Ms. Rogers, saying that you want to get direction from us to decide which option to go after. But if we knew that we had a sponsor that will greatly underwrite a huge portion of even the third tier, then my colleagues may say, well, we'll go with that one because we got a $50,000 sponsorship. So absent that, it would be difficult, as Councilmember Ziegler said, because the city manager has talked about the austere budget environment in which we're operating. We just had a presentation on the fiscal outlook for the city. The other thing is that I don't think that we are really looking at all of the options for revenue. A part of the presentation talked about short-term rentals. No one ever talked about the fact that short-term rentals in the city of East Point are to be registered and a fee is to be paid to operate a short-term rental. We all know that the city of East Point has Airbnbs, VRBOs, and all sorts of short-term rentals. And Mr. City Manager, at this time, I'd like to ask that we have a presentation at the March work session on the short-term rentals, the number in which are registered in the city of East Point, and how much we've collected from those fees. Because what's going to happen is Councilmember Caldwell and I were at a meeting last week, and the residents are complaining about the short-term rentals and the nuisances that they create oftentimes. Well, when the games come, people are going to be here. If we've not had those things registered, our complaints are going to go up, it's going to negatively impact the quality of life, and we've left all of this money on the table because they're supposed to be registered and a fee is supposed to be paid. So if that's not a part of this projection, and then you're asking, is it going to be Plan 1, Plan 2, or Plan 3, we don't know about sponsorships, we don't know about all of the revenues that are available to us, we don't know any of those things to be able to make an informed decision on which one we should go with. Getting back to what Councilmember Ziegler also stated, if we know that there are fees associated with food trucks, but one of the options talks about scaling down food trucks, then why would we do that, right? A part of your presentation was the CVB is doing a full court press on the marketing, but what are they marketing for? If we decide that we can only do Plan 1, then that's very scaled down. So what are they marketing for? So it seems like the planning for it is a bit disjointed, because the CVB should be an integral part of these discussions to talk about what they're doing in conjunction to what economic development is doing, so it's a cohesive approach to making sure that there's a great fan experience, not only for the residents, but for those who also visit our city. We, I don't think, are really talking about showcasing our assets. The city of East Point has a brewery. As I mentioned before, people who generally will come to these types of events like to drink beer. So there's nothing about Arches Brewery, which relocated from another city to the city of East Point. I don't see anything in here. I mean, they may be a sponsor if they had a prominent location to sell their beer. None of those things are here. And that's an asset for the city of East Point that I don't think that we're utilizing or marketing or trying to really highlight or showcase. So I think that's a missing component. I hear you saying that you're having these meetings with businesses every month, but what are the results? I mean, I talked a long time ago that the businesses should be a huge part of this because it shouldn't happen to them, it should happen with them. So if people are getting off that MARTA station and there are things that are planned, the businesses there should be a plan for this already. There should be a plan. I mean, with that soccer field there, with Arches Brewery here, all of those things, I don't see, Microsoft is here, Microsoft maybe wanted to be a sponsor. Have they been approached about this? I don't know, I'm not hearing any of those things. That will help make an informed decision as it relates to how I think about what we're trying to do here. And to Councilmember Cummings' point, I do think that we're just way behind the 8 ball, and both of the presentations tonight and last Monday has been without a vital component. Because if the Convention and Visitors Bureau is doing the marketing, then they should know or be able to tell us how they're marketing, what they're marketing, so that can inform what we may need to approve, so that if the people come, those things are here. So with that, I'll yield.
All right. I have Councilwoman Martin Rogers and then Councilwoman Caldwell. I'm sorry, you were in first. Councilwoman Caldwell and then Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
I already spoke. Oh, go ahead. She did. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, maybe we ought to take a step back, because I do think that I'm also hearing two things on council. I was kind of focused on this being an event for our city and our residents, which we've typically done for free. Like, we don't look at that as being a revenue-generating event. So I do think we need to decide as a council, do we want this to be revenue-generating? Do we have enough time from a marketing perspective, sponsorship perspective, all of that, to make it a revenue-generating event? And if it's not a revenue-generating event, do we not want to do it? Or do we kind of fall in line with what we've done in the past with any of the other events that we host? They're just free to the community that comes out to enjoy. My thought process was residents get to enjoy a little piece of FIFA here in the city of East Point, and this is what East Point is putting on for them. So I do think we need to decide if it's revenue generating or not, and that will kind of give them direction, which will then also give the CVB direction. They can't promote anything until we know what we're doing.
Okay, you want to yield?
I yield.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then Councilwoman Martin Rogers and.
Yes, and I do want to say this on the record, every city-sponsored event has been free. Every event that we have, 4th of July, Drag Down South, Sound Bowl, every city-sponsored event has been free. I have seen like a little cost associated in your presentation, but I haven't had time to really take a deeper dive, so I'm just going to hold back on that. But every city-sponsored event has been absolutely positively free. I also, I think I'm going to just take it upon myself. I'm going to reach out, because I feel like there's a disconnect here. I just honestly refuse to believe that, we keep talking about the CVB and marketing. I would be interested to know what they had in mind 2 years ago and where the pivot happened. Like, where did the change happen from? From my understanding, members of that board visited other countries. They had other countries engaged. But now we are here with this, which is still a really good presentation, but I would be interested in knowing where the shift or the pivot occurred. I also would like to know your bands, your performers. We have a lot of local talent here. We are going to need some live music. But I also wanted to go on record to say that we have corporate office and business space. There was a mention of Coca-Cola and Porsche. Those places aren't in the city of East Point, but you can reach out to Center Point Corporate Office, East Point offices, the East Point Tower, and the Legacy Center. I met those individuals last week at the Georgia Soccer Park when we were talking about the rec center. We also have Dick's Sporting Goods, Amazon, PPG Industries, Facet Technologies. It's a German shipping company. Over in the Camp Creek Business Park, please reach out to them, BJ's Wholesale, the Camp Creek Business Center, and my favorite, Microsoft. Those are some of the sponsors that you all can reach out to that I am almost sure that will be willing to come on and assist if you reach out to them. So thank you again for your presentation so much.
Councilwoman Hemming.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to respond to my colleague, Councilmember Caldwell. I think you made an important point. My assumption is if we're going to have international visitors come, that we want to be able to capitalize and return some revenue to the city. We've heard about the, forecast, some of these micro issues, some of the macro issues, and so why I agree with Dr. Martin Rogers that the service to the East Point residents is a tradition, is that we would not generate revenue. I think in this instance, we ought to, because there's going to be, I forgot what the projection is. Mr. Rogers, do you remember the projection of the number of people that are going to be coming to the Atlanta metropolitan area?
Well, I think it's around, it's in the millions. The exact number escapes me right now, but it's the world, and so there'll be visitors coming who will stay, they'll fly to another city to see a game, they'll come back, watch a game here, maybe fly out again. So there will be, the turnover of revenue being generated will be significant. So we can expect, I believe firmly that it would be a great year in terms of just inviting the world here to the city.
Well, then I just conclude with, given what the projections say, any opportunity for us to benefit those who use our city but don't contribute to our city is challenging for me to wrap my head around. And so if we're going to have people who are coming into the city, I would hope that they are investing via their sales, via their, participation in our events. So I appreciate the presentation, and I just offer that for you, Councilmember Caldwell, that we have two considerations here. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. And FIFA is the largest sporting event in the world, so I know that we're going to try to find a way to get people in and capitalize off of that. So I know it's a heavy lift, and, I echo the sentiments of the council. So thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you. All right. Okay. So at this moment, we have, for our count, like 14 items up for discussion for the remaining session of the agenda. Does council want to continue to go through all 14 again, or do we have any priorities? Want to have the staff come up first with their presentations?
Madam Mayor, yes.
Go ahead.
I don't know if we adopted the agenda, but yes, what you're saying. All right.
Madam Mayor, you can
Yes.
just take them in whatever order that pleases the council.
So the items that are for discussion, I have item 5, item 6, item 7, item 12, item 15, item 19, item 20, item 21, 22, 23, 26, 27, 28, and 29 for discussion.
If we could go to...
Go ahead.
If we go to 19 and 20, 19 through 23, I think all require staff.
Okay.
And those are the items on the new agenda that we have decided to discuss this evening.
Okay, so we'll go through 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 staff presentations. And for the sake of time, do you guys want an overview of it and then questions, or are you looking for the full presentation?
Usually staff just presents the item,
Okay.
and if there are any questions, you guys ask
Okay.
after they present, and then you decide if it goes on consent.
Okay. All right, City Manager Jones?
Would you sound the item that you're going to do first, number 19?
Oh, sorry. Okay. We'll go for item number 19, council discussion and possible action on change order 1 for T-Splot's construction project. Public Works.
Maybe do the ones for the staff in the room.
For that, so that will, number 20. Okay, so number 20 is council to review and approval of an emergency sinkhole repair resulting from erosion at the altitude valve supplying the water tank. That's from Water and Sewer.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Echeverria is going to take us through that one.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. The altitude valve at Sykes Tank malfunctioned where it would not completely close, and it caused a major sinkhole to form into Sykes Park. It had to close for several weeks. I do have some photos. Sykes Tank is a million-gallon tank. The altitude valve responds to hydrostatic pressure in the tank by opening and closing it. So it allows the tank to not overflow with the neighborhoods and surrounding area with 1 million gallons of water. It slowly opens the valve slowly. The sinkhole that formed pretty much is the proximity to the park, to the slope. So this is not a one-time incident. It looks like the area had been saturated for several years to the point where several trees and the embankment had blown out from the flow of the tank. And I do have some pictures here. Can I get to this stuff? So you can kind of gauge.
So the white tank that you see there is our above-ground storage tank. And you can see the area below the photos to show you of the magnitude of the nature of the emergency. I had to bring in several engineer firms to do flow rate calculations and to design a better way because of the proximity to the tank. Probably in 1978, when the tank was built, probably didn't use as much water as we use now, but definitely the water that's flowing out the tank that you can see there is not what did it. This is years and years of oversaturation of the water coming off of the altitude tank from the water tank that we have. So my request tonight is for you to approve. The repair has already been completed, but according to the ordinance, we bring it back to mayor and council to approve for the payment to be issued to the vendor.
I just have a brief question.
Okay.
So with the water loss, does that create other costs for us that you're going to eventually come back before us? And I'm trying to understand the magnitude of the problem. So I understand that you fixed the valve, but it seems like it's created other issues too for us.
No, what we did was the embankment shouldn't be that close to the valve anyway, so we designed a firm to open the channel up. And what we're using to slow the velocity of the water down so it can saturate in the ground is we use riprap as baffles to slow the water down, and as you see here, we opened up the channel. So it's not put back there. The ground is not, but it is put there in a secure way where it will slowly dissipate the water. And so we work closely with this repair. I don't do anything outside of water and sewer when it involves other departments. So we did work closely with Shalort Pinkett on the design and to make sure that this was not going to impede any renovations that he had with Sykes Park. And we did this joint venture together. So again, I have an emergency, but I've worked with other departments to make sure this meets their need and they understand the design. So the goal here is the way we've designed this, we should not have that embankment blowout for another 20 to 30 years as long as we keep maintaining the structure.
Okay, so the sinkhole that I am not following because this is not my field. So the sinkhole that was created, you guys basically designed around the sinkhole?
It blew out the vegetated area in Sykes Park where the walking trails were being designed. Okay. So it's all wooded, but because of the flow of the water was blowing overpass and back over the roadway into the park. So it caused a sinkhole, and that sinkhole was causing Earl Godfrey Circle to cave in as well.
Okay.
So all of those things have been addressed and remediated for the cost of the $283,000.
Thank you for your expertise.
Councilwoman Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the explanation on this. So my question, and I'm looking at all the items, and the question that I had for them, I understand all the emergencies, pipes burst, ground floods out, and all that good stuff. So just, and I know we just had the city manager do the presentation about the funds, so I'm just trying to figure out, so for this, does this come from your emergency fund? I'm just trying to figure out how it's going to be funded for all of them, because I think items 20, 21, 22, and 23 total $536,590.10. So just how do we, like, does that come from the general fund? Or?
No. All of the infrastructure projects that are presented tonight, because they're replacement and repair, is funded by the municipal option sales tax. So and there is no shortcoming with the municipal option sales tax.
Fine. That was the only thing, because I looked at some of the items that were here, and it says a funding source, they'll have general funds. This didn't have a funding source on it, that's why. I mean, I understand all the emergencies and all that, so each one of these items, they're all funded through the most?
Yes, any type of infrastructure project or infrastructure is funded through the capital improvement program.
Okay. Mr. City Manager and Interim Director Cartwright, so it does come from?
So I just need to, I would like to look and see if we did have a funding source on it. So typically, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
So typically, so excuse me. We just put a funding source on it and then it goes to Contracts Works. You send it through Contracts
Yes, so
Works.
before, right, so when the process is anytime we have an emergency, we deem it so by providing photos and pictures, and from there, we supply an emergency procurement form that is routed to the finance director, the city manager's office, and in that process, me and my staff not only supply photos, but engineering information, but we also apply account numbers. So again, everything, I don't have money in operations to pay for capital improvements, so the entire capital improvement budget is based off of the municipal option sales tax. That's the funding source.
Okay. I didn't know, so I'm asking, and I looked at the presentation and everything, and I saw all the contracts and all of that, and all the photos, so I looked and I saw that. I was just asking the funding source to support, okay. So.
Can I verify that real quick for you? And
Sure, that's fine, thank you.
Are we waiting for the verification of the funding source, or are we moving this to consent, or do we want to make a motion tonight?
Oh, I'm good with consent.
Okay.
My question was
Just consent
just
for the
how,
next.
yeah, and I know because from the presentation we had before.
Okay.
We were talking about those shortcomings, so I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, sounds good. So we will move number 20 to consent, and then, Mrs. Echeverria, do you have number 21 as well? Or are we waiting to get the information from it, and then we're going to?
Because all three of them likely will come from most, right. I think you can go to number 21. And if you could just sound it first.
Okay, so item number 21, council will review and approve, on an emergency 30-inch water main repair at 4741 Campbellton Road due to a leak resulting in flood and hazardous roadway conditions.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
This is an emergency due. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry. Again, this is the 30-inch raw water main that we have on Campbellton Road. You know that is outside of the city limits of East Point. And so in the event that the leak is so great, I don't know why that keeps doing that. Is it me? Moving it up. Okay. Depending on the magnitude of the leak and the amount of water that's seeping out, we will handle it under emergency for several reasons. In the event that Campbellton Road floods and we cannot prevent or ensure the safety of traffic or drivers, in the event that they hydroplane, we will do that in emergency. Again, this road is not in the city limits of East Point. And so even if we needed to do any flagging or any type of transportation issue, it would have to be permit through the city of Atlanta or South Fulton. So again, we can't leave a 30-inch water main leaking on a roadway unattended to outside the city limits of East Point.
Any discussion, questions?
Yes, I have I want to piggyback off of what Councilmember Cummings was saying. And Director Echevarria, this question is for you. I need to know where, you said that it comes from most, this money is coming from the most. What buckets of money do you have in that particular department?
Oh, that's our capital improvement budget.
Okay.
So if any type of water mains, there's a line item for water main replacement that was several $1 million. I don't have my budget in front of me now, so I don't want to give you some numbers that are not accurate. We have sewer line repair money, any type of dam rehabilitation. There is money in all of those accounts that has been budgeted. So again, the whole point of the municipal is all infrastructure. So any infrastructure repairs and replacement comes out of my capital budget. I don't have the money in operations to pay for any type of large-scale projects for infrastructure.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll move to item 22. So this item is moving forward for consent, right? Okay. So item 22, council will review and approval on an emergency tree and brush removal at the Ben Hill Reservoir. Reservoir is required to protect the structural integrity of a Category 1 high hazard dam and ensure compliance with state safety regulations. This is an emergency due to life, health, and safety risk in public according to the city ordinance.
Okay, and I just provided you some photos. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I sent you some pictures where some of the trees have grown into the narrow way of the dam at the reservoir, and to prevent any of that root intrusion from damaging the integrity of the reservoir itself, we had a company come in and remove the trees and the root system to keep it functional.
Councilman Atkins.
Yes, Director Echeverria, the question that I had, I underlined it, it's deemed an emergency.
Yes.
And my question is, for any of our city assets, particularly like this dam or any of the water resources, are they on, any of the water resources facilities, are they on a regular maintenance schedule so that we won't have to go to an emergency, or is this an emergency because trees have fallen, or what made the emergency part of it if it is on, if we do have regular maintenance?
So the dam itself, as you recall, we have a outstanding loan currently for the dam repairs, and some of those trees and rehabilitation was a part of that loan. What we're waiting for is the Georgia Environmental Protection Division, Safe Dams engineers, to finally approve the plans. So what has happened is we haven't started that, and they have not approved the plans yet. So that's why it turned into emergency, because we were anticipating that we would have had the plans back to put the project out for a bid. Now, again, as the dam is scheduled to be inspected in March, it is, because when we saw it, if you look at some of the pictures that I have there, it's a narrow, small, narrow roadway where you could just get one-way traffic through there. That's what the dam itself. And so the root systems is kind of digging into the roadway itself, into the dam integrity. And so that's what we said, it's time for us just to have it done. But the overall rehab of Ben Hill Reservoir was in part some of those issues with the maintenance of the loan that we have out with GFA.
And our other facilities, are they on a regular clip for maintenance?
Yes, we work with the building and grounds of Public Works, yes.
Okay.
So the water treatment plant, our above ground water tanks, yes.
All right, thank you so much.
If I may, Council, so I did look up the most and the funding is there.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Is there any more questions? Is that everything? No, we have.
Madam Mayor, do you want
Yes.
number 22
23.
on consent?
We have 22 on consent and then 23 on consent. I have, so the total, I have 20, 21, 22, and 23 on consent. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're good to go.
Public Works is back.
Public Works. Oh, they came in. Okay, come on up. Sorry about that. Hi.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Apologies for I had to step out for a call. The item number 19 is for a change order to the Sylvan Road construction contract. The first phase of the contract was for sidewalks from the Hapeville city limits up to Cedar Ave, I'm sorry. And during that construction, we plan to tie in the final gap of the sidewalk connection on the opposite side of the street, the Walmart side, if you all are familiar with that. There's a couple of houses and a few hundred feet of sidewalk that are missing. So this change order is for the contractor to complete that gap, to tie in the sidewalks, to complete the project.
All right. We're going to put that on to, thank you for your presentation. Consent for number 19? Or do you have any questions? Sorry.
Just
Councilwoman
real
Henry.
quick, okay. You're going to have to walk me through this slowly.
Yes.
So why was the original scope of work not to cover this gap?
So the original scope was just the opposite side of the street.
I
But
got
as
it.
we got into the design, already into this part was done, we acknowledged that this needed to be done as well. So we continued with the construction for what we already had planned, design, while we were completing this design at the same time. So just coming back and finishing it up, kind of kind of missed it initially
Okay.
when we were doing a design for it, but we went and got the design while we were completing this first part. So we already have the same contract that gave us this quote for completing the work, so they're still already on board to finish it upon approval.
Okay, and this is not a budget-related question, but it sounds like to me that this portion, this gap that you're completing impacts residential homes. So you have a plan for how you're engaging with them and alerting them of these changes and all that sort of stuff?
Yes, we'll definitely engage the residents as we did with the first phase as well. We always give them notification. We go door to door, speak with them all about when they're going to be demoing, how long it's going to take, give them plans to park and all that during construction. So we'll definitely engage the residents.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I yield, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And now we are at number 26, council discussion. That was on consent. Consent. We consent, I'm sorry, we consented before she had. Yes, so that is on consent, number 23. And then 26, council discussion and possible action on setting aside funds for potential partnership with the downtown development authority and other authorized development entities.
Mayor, I did have staff available, but I don't see
Who you looking
Frank.
for? Oh, let's see. Oh, he gonna find them.
Okay.
I don't think he left.
That was 26.
Five, 6, 7, 12, and 15 from the previous agenda items. So we have the city credit card policy and travel policy. And is this the same one as 6 for the city council? No, that's John Atkins. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Frank.
I don't know, Mayor, Frank just came in. I didn't know what order you wanted to stick with the existing order, or did you want to do 26 out the way?
We can finish the previous agenda items and then go on to 26,
Okay.
27, 28, and 29. Yes, please.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Okay, so I just need some updates to the travel policy. I got some input from some of the council members. There are some areas that I did want to get more information from you as well. And I know that there's still some pending information from other council members that I'll need to update. But if I could get some input from the General Services Administration, this is the line that's currently up, and it is regarding the per diem. So the per diem right now is broken up by two separate spots. GSA, the US GSA, which is going to give you the per diem across all of the states. And then we have the state of Georgia, which will just give you the per diem for the state of Georgia. And those two per diems don't match. So I just want to create some consistency and make sure everyone understands which ones to use. So that's an area that I would like some clarification from council. And then...
So I had Councilwoman Hemmings and I have Councilwoman Atkins, and go ahead.
So is you use the per diem for the destination city. So when they don't match, if I'm traveling within Georgia, I use the Georgia, and usually you can look it up by zip code. If I'm traveling to DC, I then use the per diem for my destination city. So what's the I'm not following.
So if you're going out of state, we use the USGSA, but if you're in state, you use the state of Georgia. And so if the USGSA also will show for Georgia, but they're not the same. If you look at the state of Georgia website and the USGSA Georgia section, they're not matching.
My recommendation would be to use the USGSA standardly. So if it's within Georgia, I still go to the GSA website and use that data to inform my per diem.
Okay.
Standard.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that answer from the council.
That would be my recommendation.
Yes, and I was going to say the same thing because it is confusing, and where it gets really confusing is when I had to go to the newly elected members training. There is a rate that comes from GSA, which is the mileage, and then there's another rate that comes from the food, and so it's really confusing when you're trying to calculate because you're looking at one, and then I was like, well, why is this different? And the clerk said, well, we use this for this and this for that. So I think that we should standardize, and I am also in favor of the USGSA rates so that it's consistent and standardized.
Okay, thank you. And we are on to item, you want to go in? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
All right, this is what I want to say. I know that we've been working on this policy for a very long time, and I'm glad that it was brought forth, but I just have a couple of issues. And since we're talking about the credit card policy, number one, I don't know how to quite put this into words, so I'm just going to say it. But after reviewing this policy, it seems to hold current council members to a standard that we already follow. I know that I follow my credit card policy standard, and it just kind of seems unfair to create some additional rules that aren't rooted in the charter. So on page number 2, you have the city manager and the city clerk, but we probably should consider adding the city attorney and the municipal judge to this as well, as they are our direct reports. All right, and then if you go to page number 4, subsection, I don't know what it is, HI, it may be J, identify, and any changes to name persons authorized to use agreement purchasing. CAR is spelled wrong. Is that supposed to be card or government credit card? This is the latest one that was provided to me in my mailbox. Okay, I'm sorry then. Here we go. Retract that. Yes. Here we go for the travel policy. Thank you, Councilmember Atkins. All right, going on to page number 6, the comment was you need clarification. That was the GSA. You all took care of that one. The local travel. The local travel, it has a destination to which it can be reasonably expected that any employee can travel, conduct business, and return within a business day. I needed more information on what that meant. But I wanted to say the policies are meant to implement or interpret as long as it stays within the authority of the charter. If you go to page number 8, responsibilities and compliance, it has the traveler there, but it also has that you have to obtain pre-approval, use economical means of travel, retain original itemized receipts for all expenses, and submit expenses reports on this on time. I'm not really sure about why we need pre-approval or economical means, because the charter, nothing in the charter aligns up with that. In fact, I did some research in resolution number 022-09. It's a resolution based upon how council members should use their credit cards and for what. So that's what I'm saying. When we put these things out there, it's important that we ask the city clerk, is it a resolution? Is it something that coincides with this information? Because the other thing that was attached to this resolution was the guidelines for council ward expense accounts. And this resolution was signed and resolved on July 20th, 2009. The other thing I wanted to say for the general guidelines is we need to add in our direct reports with this, the city attorney, the city clerk, and the municipal judge. Because recently, we have a direct report that we get notification, I'm going out of town, and it's 3 days before. So I would like something addressed in this travel policy that we must be notified about when our direct reports decide to travel. I think a 5-day advance notice written to council members would be appropriate. And then it has something in here about notice one time, not provided advance notice. Who approves our direct reports travel? If you attend a training, who does that approval? Or do we want to just go with notification only? When we go over to page number, right after that, the City of East Point elected official council member provisions, whose responsibility is it for trip preparation? Like, these are questions, I'm going to put them to you in an email, but I need to go on record. The other one is the $1,500 per trip. We need to take that out because there's a provision in the charter that states we can travel to the Georgia Municipal Association or the National League of Cities. I just looked up an airline ticket the other day, and if you fly early in the morning, let's say at 6 a.m., you may be very well able to find a $250 ticket, but let's say you want to fly at 9 o'clock. That ticket for that particular day that I looked at was $600. So we'll exceed the threshold within just our flight preparations. So I'm not really sure about that $1,500 per trip being in there. And then it has to be approved by a vote of council. That's not in the charter that your trips have to be approved by council. So I just want to make sure that we are keeping in line with the city's charter, because the provision for GMA, Local Law, Historical Law Act from 1960s has a municipal associations provision for Georgia and the National Association for municipalities and such regional associations which such governing authority considers of sufficient value to said city, Section 42. This means that our city has joined and we are members and we pay dues into these organizations. So while we're bringing our educational or travel back before council for approval, I don't know, but that language is a part of the charter as related to local law that was enacted by the Georgia General Assembly. The other one for 5.3, gifts of travel and training. I need more information and factual information. What's a gift of travel and training? No one has ever been provided a gift of travel and training. Going back over to lodging, 6.1, National League of Cities and GMA. There are conferences held here locally where sometimes a council member may not want to commute back and forth and they prefer to stay on site. I think that there was one recently here in January. Another council member brought up the M&E rate for reduced meals. I believe it was Council Member Mitchell. And it talked about what if we go to a conference and the last meal is at 5 p.m.? Are we expected to be reimbursed for that? Air travel, you have the lowest reasonable rate in here. I think that if we find somewhere in between or just meeting in the middle, because I have a specific airline that I choose to fly on, and I mean, I'll find a decent ticket, but some airlines, I don't know. And the other issue that I have in here is pre-approved by the city manager. Council does not report to the city manager. We don't. That is not in the charter anywhere that council members should report to the city manager. So the pre-approval from the city manager for a documented, I have it underlined here, or receive approval by the city manager. That's not in the charter. Going on to page number 11, per diem, no expense report. If you go back to resolution number 022-09, it's right there, funding request form. I have back of plane on here for something, but I'm going to go through this. It says mid-size rental vehicles. The smaller vehicles are the first ones to go, so I think that smaller should come out. I'm almost 6 feet tall. Pre-approved by whom? I have that. It's a group travel or equipment pre-approval, car rental, pre-approved by whom? Workshops and business meals. Registration fees must be approved as part of the initial travel authorization. I have and why. Expense report. If you have receipts, why are we looking for a expense report? And per diem, no expense report. And then non-reimbursable expenses, car rental upgrades. I don't know why that would need to be in there, but that was just a brief discussion that I tossed around myself, that this doesn't align with the city's charter, especially the part about reporting or getting pre-approval. But I'll write these things down, and provide them to you, because I just would like to take a deeper dive.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Rogers. Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you so much. Councilmember Martin Rogers, you bring up some very good points, but the policy is, I think a lot of your points are under the assumption that this is a policy for the council, but it's not. This is a global policy for employees, for the council, for everyone. And in the beginning of the document, I believe that there are some defined terms, and it also speaks to the fact that this is for employees, elected officials, temporary and emergency appointees, unpaid people authorized to apply for reimbursement or advances. And I also believe that I read in here it's consultants and contractors. So the approvals that you were mentioning, they don't, like, we wouldn't have to get approval from the city manager, but a director may have to. And so because it's a global travel policy, that's what it speaks to on some of those things.
Okay. But if
for all of these things, it's just not a travel policy for the city council. It's a travel policy for employees, for unpaid people, for appointees, elected officials. So it includes us in portions of this, but it's a global travel policy for the entire enterprise.
And to your point, it says, table of contents, number 5, elected official council member provisions new, and it starts on page number 9. So I'm going to write these things down because, again, 5.1, it relates to council. If you go to section number 5, 5.1A and 5.A, trip preparations. So if we could just think about what it is we are going to support, like right here, if you go back a page, City of East Point, Georgia, general guidelines, and then the responsibilities and compliance, I do think that our direct report should fall up under there, as well as the city manager, city clerk, city attorney, the judge, they should fall up under there as well.
Right.
But section 5 is just something that, I would like to just say that we're all professionals. I know that we aren't going to book a trip outside of the country that we know we have no business going on, and I would just like to be treated as such. I've been elected by the people, we have all been elected by the people, but I just don't want to be under a constraint where I'm bringing trips that I know are legitimate trips or education or travel and training. I have to bring it back before council, because what if we're not going to have a council meeting? I thought about that too. What if it's not a council meeting and I have a trip booked to the Carl Vinson Institute and we don't have a meeting? Do I not go? And also I am a council member. I sit on quite a few boards. So I may not go to the GMA, but the National League of Cities, some of those boards, I do plan on attending those meetings. So, I mean, the travel authorization and approval just gives me cause to pause and make sure that what we're doing is keeping in line with the East Point City Charter. And I'll yield.
Okay,
Mayor, I don't know if I can.
Yeah, do you want to go ahead and answer, and then Councilman Atkins?
No, you were in the middle of going through the pages and asking questions, and then I think Councilmember Martin Rogers was next to speak, and I think she was off the floor when you were doing that. So I don't know if you want to continue to go through and ask us questions where you're looking for clarity.
Okay, so let me see if I can get this mic. So like I was saying, I do need clarity because this is a travel policy that's been going on for some time, and one way to get it to the needs of the council is to put in things that, a lot of this information is information I gathered from other local governments, and so that was how I gathered that information. Is the 1,500, I'm going to just use that, is it a good number? Probably not, but that's why I need your input to get that good value, okay? So we'll just continue to go through it. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with this one. All the way up.
Well, she may
Like
have
I
some
said,
questions.
I have had some input from some of council, and I would welcome other input from other council members as well, so that we could get this at 100% to the expectation of all council.
Yeah, I think we want to let you definitely have your time for the questions and stuff that you have. I'm thinking of time, and I'm thinking of ways that maybe we can streamline this, and there are other things, maybe there are digital tools that we could use to have, like, that we can present something and ask questions in the tool, not to make a discussion, not to make a decision or anything like that, but, and I don't want to keep going on, but there have been tools that I've used in my previous life that will review documents. Everyone can ask questions, no decisions. I don't know if that is possible. I will have to consult with the city attorney for that. But for the interest of time, I just want to make sure that you are being heard, but considering other ways that we can get these questions. Go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've set a time certain for feedback before, and if the body can just come to a consensus for like a time certain and give you anything that we'd like to be considered, so that you can put that in this one document for us then to review and then move on, because we have set a couple, I think, time certains to give you feedback, and I don't think that we are abiding by that. So I think that if we could do that, if that's the will of the body, so that we can get a travel policy in place.
So there's a few other highlighted areas that I just wanted to go over with everyone to make sure that, I'm getting good information also from you. So let me just go past that. Let's see, lodging, of course, was something that Councilwoman Martin Rogers brought up. So it also has the link here, so if you're in the state of Georgia, you can get that exemption for tax. And then we kind of covered the US GSA, so that's perfect. I think that was, and then I got some more feedback about the vehicle, so that would be helpful from everyone also. And any other information, not just the highlighted area.
I'm sorry.
So I added one exemption as far as the what is not reimbursable for your review. And then I also added the travel forms. So that's what they'll look like. And I'm trying to update those as well so that we can get a better form. That's all I have.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I have this right. Councilman Caldwell and then Councilwoman Hemming, you've had a turn on this round, right? So, okay, so Councilwoman Caldwell, please.
Thank you. I missed the first part, so please forgive me if I ask any of the same questions. But I did provide some feedback via email, and I don't see it necessarily reflected here, and maybe there's some discussion around it, but the $1,500 threshold did seem a little small, or maybe not enough. One of the things that I'd ask for is just clarification on what this $1,500 includes. Registration fees, airfare, lodging, ground transportation, per diems, like, is all of that included in the $1,500? And if so, then yes, I did have concerns about the $1,500 pre-approval or threshold. And so I kind of wanted to get everyone's thoughts around that piece. The other thing that I looked at is that it didn't have anything around time-sensitive or urgent travel requests. Then I think Dr. Martin Rogers mentioned this, if it should arise outside of regular council meetings, then what is that process completely?
So I did add a couple of spots just so that I could go back to that where it says allocation of funds and dues. So I would probably most likely for registration, because the 1,500 is slim, right? And so we want to make sure that there's room for you all when you're traveling. So I would personally add a GL line for dues and fees that would apply to registration. And then we can visit that some more at the 1,500 still seems a bit slim. And then for the emergency, I did put an area where it says staff will need to address special instructions for when travel is required outside of council meetings for approval. So I know that in your email you stated that you would like some special instructions from some staff, and that's why I put that in so that I can make sure I go back to it.
Okay. Yeah, my recommendation on the 1,500 was maybe limited to airfare and lodging, but not the per diem, the ground transportation, and just everything else. And some of that we wouldn't know, right, until the trip may even be over, especially when you're talking about the per diems for food and things of that nature, and also ground transportation. So just to make it specific, limited to airfare and lodging, and potentially, think about increasing that. The only other thing, if you can scroll to the lodging piece. Yeah. So the first one, 6.1, within the 50-mile radius. I didn't put this in there, but the one consideration was if the start time and end time were like longer than 12 hours, then that, and I think Dr. Martin Rogers mentioned that there may be a need, just from a safety perspective, especially if alcohol is going to be served at, and I don't know if it is or if it isn't, just in corporate environments it is, that from a safety perspective you may not want people traveling, so there may be not necessarily a requirement, but a desire to stay on site or at a hotel closer to the facility, just something to consider.
So just to hear what you're saying, anything, if someone goes to travel outside or within the 50-mile radius and they're gone 12 or 13 hours, we may want to consider to allow them to stay at a hotel that night.
Right, like at the start time, and especially if it's a multiple day conference, like if it starts at 8 o'clock and by the time the dinners or whatever is done, it's beyond 8 o'clock, even in the city of Atlanta, it may, warrant that.
Okay.
That's it.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Thank you. The only thing I would add related to the $1,500 threshold and vote of council is that this policy has to be read in concert with other policies. So first of all, the budget ordinance, for example. Let's say, for instance, that we have allocated, $2,000 to go to GMA, and that is allocated every year in the budget because we put it in there. This policy would already violate that. So I would recommend a more evergreen approach that would basically say this vote of council has to happen if it exceeds any of the budget lines associated with council travel. That way it eliminates this conversation about the $1,500 threshold being too low, and it makes us as people who need to be fiscally responsible to go back to the budget lines to make sure, do I have that travel remaining? And protects our budget management, and then also protects the spirit of the policy. And I understand this section of the policy basically to say that we want to be conservative in our approach of travel, and when it exceeds that kind of conservative approach, we all need to discuss why we would go above and beyond that.
Okay.
So I would remove the $1,500 and connect it to the past budget in that fiscal year, and it'll make your policy evergreen.
Thank you for that.
Councilwoman Martin.
All right, and I think that you can get a copy of this, but it is pertaining to education and travel, resolution number 022-09, whereas the guidelines to be adopted state that the following are the acceptable uses of council ward expenses. Number one, all expenses related to travel and training for workshops, seminars, and conferences directly related to city business. That's our resolution right here. And again, it was signed back in 2009. So I would like for this policy to reflect what's already in place as Councilmember Dr. Henning said, it keeps in line with what's in our expense account. It keeps in line with the budget. It keeps in line with all of those things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Cartwright. Thank you so much for your time. And can we just confirm the electronic system that we use to circulate documents, the digital documents? Do we have a system that we use right now when a policy or something comes up and it's for review, or is it just circulated via email for feedback? Okay, that would kind of help. This is a large document and we can kind of look at that, so I don't know if we have any technology in place for that might help as well for efficiency. Okay. Sorry, Councilman Atkins? You're done.
We're good on 6. 5 and 6 are traveling together, and we heard from the bank representative, okay? We're from the bank representative, and it sounds like one of the things that we wanted to do as a body was to make sure that if we move from a credit card to a P-card system, that there was functionality to be able to meet whatever policy that we decided on. So they're traveling together. If there's anything that council members would like to see, we had talked about making sure that we had the ability to upload receipts using an app, and it sounds like one of the presentations tonight said that functionality is available. We also talked about shutting the card usage down if all of the provisions are not met in terms of reporting, uploading receipts, and all of that. So we'll hear from another bank that will come, and then I think that we can make a decision as to moving from credit card to P card and what we want it to do, what we'd like for it to do.
Madam Mayor, can I just go back really quickly? I know we ended 5, but is there a place where it's going? Is it going on another work session?
Number 5 is
The credit card policy, and 6, I guess.
I'm going to give her my
that would probably
corrections.
go to,
I'll give her my correction.
I would like,
you want to go to another?
no, I'd like to make a motion that we wrap these up with a time certain, that this moves to the, work session in February for the first meeting in March for us to vote on. Do you think we'll hear from Bank of America by then?
Yeah, I'm going to give her my corrections.
Oh. So can we vote on both of these, the third?
So the third one, or the third
We'll be
one-
at GMA.
or,
Yeah, I don't even, Madam Mayor, you might want to get a consensus as to who's going to be here, because we may not have them. Say that again. I was going to propose, Councilmember Ziegler said that Bank of America won't be able to come until the March work session, so I at least wanted to hear what product they had before we can make a decision, so that we're making the best decision for this. It has been kicked down the road for such a long time, but we have a presentation that's coming, but we may not be here, we may not have a quorum for the 16th, depending upon who's going to be here.
That's a regular meeting.
Correct.
Okay, so we might have to push it to, do we have a vote? Do we know who's going to be here on the 16th? I think. Of March.
Right.
No, no.
I'm going to be here.
Yeah.
It's the same weekend as the Southern League or whatever.
Right. I don't think that we'll have a quorum.
Is it possible for us to confirm dates to see who will be here and put it on the agenda item? And if it has to be moved, is it possible that we put it on the agenda item for it has to be a work session, right? So the 9th? That March?
We would have a work session in March, but we won't have a meeting, we won't have a second meeting in March, so it'd have to go to the very first meeting in April for.
What about the third meeting in March? I'm going to just plug in my info. I mean.
No one's going to be here, Councilmember Martin Rogers. Councilmember Cummings is going to be at NLC, Councilmember Ziegler is going to be at NLC, I'll be at NLC, Councilmember Caldwell, Councilmember Hemming, Councilmember Freely. There won't be a meeting. We do this every year because of NLC. So that's why if we want to hear from the final Bank of America, that will be the March work session. And I'd like to then make a motion that we dispose of the travel policy and the credit card policy at the first meeting in April, because we've dealt with it for a very long time. So anything that we've got to get to Ms. Cartwright, we need to do that.
And so we'll have, okay, so you're proposing that we move this items 5 and 6 to the first meeting in April? This is April 6th.
April 6th. To dispose of it. Yes, that's my motion, for us to make a vote, to vote on it. And any information that we've got to get to Ms. Cartwright, we have to do that.
Second. You can just move it there.
I have a discussion though.
But if we just, the reason I made a motion, Councilmember Martin Rogers, is because we have always moved this. My motion explicitly states that the body will be, there's a consensus that we are going to dispose of it.
Yes.
So that's why I'm making a motion, because we have moved it several times, which is why we're here now. We're still discussing.
So if we put it on consensus to go on the April 6th meeting, then we can vote on it on the 6th.
I think it will.
Can I have a little discussion, please?
So you have a motion in a second, now we're in discussion.
Okay,
Right.
go ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell.
So I'm not opposed to that. What I would like to say, just to make sure that whatever information we share, that is taken back, it's updated, and it's given to us well within advance, not the night before or 2 days before, so we actually have time to review it and continue to have some discussion. So maybe we can ask for 5 days in advance of that April 6th meeting to make sure that we have a finalized copy that we can review.
I can do you better than that, Councilmember.
Something that city manager would orchestrate for them to get it to us by the 1st, so that we can review it.
So I'm going to amend my motion. My motion is for us to move items 5 and 6, the city credit card policy and travel policy, for action at our April 6th council meeting, for us to have any updates that we'd like to get to the finance department no later than, because we will have a work session in March, no later than Friday, the 13th of March, and for the finance department to synthesize and pull all of that information together and provide it to us no later than the 20th of March, and then that way we've got all of that week prior to April 6th to digest and to review, so that we are ready for action.
Okay, and so you have the 13th is for them to pull it together, and then March is for the review. So the 13th is for them to compile it, and then you'll have the 13th through the 20th for the review?
So the march is for them for us to get any information to the finance department that we'd like to have incorporated and considered. Finance then synthesizes that and sends it out to us no later than the 20th of March, which is Friday. And so then we have it well in advance. We've got that week to review it, and then we take action on them on the 6th of April. That's my motion.
Okay, so it sounds like the motion, the amendment, okay. May I have a second to the? The second still stands, okay. So in discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's really no discussion. I am going to give my information, but what I wanted to say was I would like to really know the pros and cons of a credit card versus a P card. I have read articles that oftentimes you know that a major credit card is accepted everywhere. And then I would also like, if it is the consensus of this council, I know that most municipalities that deal with P cards, they may have a relationship with a rental car agency or a specific hotel. Whereas your credit card, it is widely accepted, but a P card, that may limit us. So I want to ensure that if we do go the P card route, we aren't limited when we travel. So I definitely would like to know the pros and cons of that. And will we need to establish a relationship with a rental car agency or a hotel well, definitely not a motel, but a hotel service provider. So I can continue to do the research on that myself, but I would like some background information on that from the city manager or whoever has experience in that. I realize the reason for a P card to better streamline receipts and charges, but if it's not widely accepted, then are we going to have those relationships with
Right. And they generally are
corporations?
because they're branded as Visas and MasterCards and those things. We, the body, would create what the limitations are, which is one of the benefits of a P card. A part of the reason that we're here talking about travel and credit cards is because several council members felt that the cards were not being used in accordance with what expenses we should be using the cards for. So we get to make the decision about what is acceptable and not. And then that is a part of why I was asking Mr. Wilson earlier today if it had the functionality to do the customizations that we would want to have.
Okay, so we're going to add in a note that we want to have the pros and cons of a P card versus a credit card for the next discussion, and we'll go over to Councilwoman Cardwell. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just, to add on what Dr. Martin Rogers is saying, if we are going to have presentations and if the decision is specifically, are we going with a P card versus a credit card, like to make sure that that is the focal point of the presentation, because I did not hear that at all today from Regions Bank. So I'm just saying, like, if we're making a decision in this policy as to whether we would move forward with a P card versus a credit card, I just, like she's saying, I want to make sure that we understand the limitations and that whoever is presenting, that they share that, because that wasn't discussed today. So that's still very unclear to me.
We have talked about, it was before she was on council.
And that's the other thing. We do have new council members, so we weren't a part of the other two-year conversation that took place before, so we're trying to get up to speed on everything.
And I was asking Councilmember Ziegler, I think prior to you all coming to the council, we had made a decision that we wanted to move from credit cards to P cards. Am I correct in that we wanted to move from credit cards to P cards? And that's why I believe that, and I see the city attorney and the city manager also shaking their heads yes. And that's why when Mr. Wilson was talking, a part of what Regions presented, it's at purchase card. It's in parentheses next to the card, it's at purchase card, which are P cards. And so, because it gives us the ability to, whatever our policy is, then to create some framework around there to make sure that our purchases are according to what we think would be legitimate purchases.
Councilman, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Freed?
Madam City Attorney or Mr. City Manager, is the issue of whether or not the city of East Point as a whole, as an enterprise, uses credit cards or purchase cards, is that a vote of council? Or is that an operational decision that the city manager makes?
The policy is a vote of council, so.
No, the type of card.
Well, the type of card will be determined on, I guess your bank, there
Right,
are a number of different
That's not a vote of council.
considerations. I just don't know how you separate the two, but I'll let the city manager try to answer.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that it's a mechanic thing, it's kind of under hood. You can use your purchasing card as you would use a Visa. It's what works behind the card that makes the difference, which is to the point, I believe, is an operational standpoint. So I just wanted to be clear.
So are we going to vote on which design of card we choose? Does the city council decide if we get an American Eagle on it? Or, are we voting at that level of granularity as a council in the operations? Madam City Attorney?
Oh, I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
Okay. Councilman Freely, did you get the answer to your question? Okay. Councilwoman Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think with regards to P cards and credit cards and banks presenting now and who's going to give us the best bang for the buck, I think we need just an overall global, I guess, what OZK, that bank, what Regions, and what Bank of America, what their benefits are. And then I think once we do that, what is best going to, work for the city. And if we can come back with that, even if we're to even vote on it, if it's our decision to make, whether, what bank we go with or what credit card style we use, because I think we can kind of go around in this, we can go around in a circle with this decision. But I think at the end of the day, just really what's going to benefit the city best. What's going to work best for the city, what's going to work best for council with regards to if we want certain guardrails in place or no. But to say if it's a vote of council to make that decision or if it's the city manager and staff or whatever, I don't know, but I think because we really don't have like all the pieces to the puzzle, we really can't make an informed decision on what it is that we need. So I think just kind of getting all the information together and then seeing which one is really going to work best for the city. I think that may be the best route to go. And like you said, we still kind of fuzzy on if it's our decision or if it's the city manager's decision or no. But once we kind of get some clarification on that, or just make the decision. If the P card is really going to work, say that's what we're going with, and let's just go that. Because if not, guys, y'all know we could be here all day talking about this. And I just really want us to, at the end of the day, let's do what's going to be best, for the city and for council as a whole. So I yield.
Okay. Let's see. This is.
You haven't gotten a vote on your motion, that's on the floor.
No, we haven't gotten a vote. All those in favor? We have one more question or council?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all those we have a sec. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the motion carries that we are going to, well, it seems like we have a lot of different things jumbled up in here. The P card versus credit card policy, is that, I'm just asking a question.
No, we're not.
Okay, so this is the amendment to act on the item number 6 at the April 6th council meeting, and you have your review times as?
He read them.
Yes, okay. So we're moving this item to the April 6th council meeting, but you have requested that we have March 13th as a review, and then March 20 as a review date to allow council to consider it for the April 6th meeting. That's what I have.
Madam Mayor, it's actually number 5 and 6
Okay.
are going to April 6th, and then follow that timeline.
Okay, so we're moving, Councilwoman Ziegler, you had a presentation in March for the discussion of that's not the same one, sorry, okay. 5 and 6, going to April 6th, council meeting.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for us to take a 10-minute recess. We've been working quite hard until 10:08. Okay, well, if we don't want a 10-minute recess, then I'd like to make a motion that we conclude all remaining items in the next hour. And if we can't do 30 minutes, something, but it's 10 o'clock. So I'll make a motion that we agree to conclude the remaining items. That means we're judicious in our questions and comments in the next hour and a half. And I say hour and a half, and if we need to take a vote to extend, we can, but we have like 6 items left, and it's already 10 o'clock. Can I have a second?
All those in favor? Discussion? None. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. We will extend the meeting for another hour and a half. If there's additional time needed, then the council will vote and ask for more time. All right. All right, we are on number 7, discussion and possible action to adopt an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of East Point in Georgia to lower the average, no, that's not you. That's not you. Number 6, that's for May Mitchell. You're 26. All right, my bad. Sorry. All right, 26. Is that it? Did we get finished through 12? Who was on 12? We haven't gotten to 12 yet. So can we go to 12 and 15 before we move on to 26? Oh, okay. So, my bad, okay. All right. Item 26, council discussion and possible action on setting aside funds for the potential partnership with Downtown Development Authority. So, all right. So you have about 10 to 15 minutes for your presentation, sir. Okay.
I think this will be real quick. I'll let Mr. Whitfield walk us through this item. This is something that came up during the previous city council. This might be new for this city council, but there had been a concern expressed for our downtown businesses that have been affected by the streetscaping project. And that's been a number of businesses that have come forward to express that they have incurred shortfalls in their profits and business hardships that have been created.
So good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Frank Whitfield. As was mentioned, you all should have received the memo from City Manager Jones regarding tonight and this discussion and seeking council's direction. This proposal that the city manager has put forth is limited solely to set aside funding at this time. It does not authorize the creation, development, or implementation of any new program. Rather, the intent tonight is to request for you all to reserve funding for potential future use in partnership with one of the city's development authorities. The Downtown Development Authority has been identified as the most relevant partner, given its statutory role, expertise, and operational capacity to design, develop, and implement programs that could effectively utilize funding if council ultimately chose to move in that direction. So in your memo, you should have received an issue statement that talked about the project that was done downtown around streetscaping, and also the impacts that has had on the local businesses. I've done a lot of desk research since that last conversation, but I know we're late in the hour, so I'll just go through. You also should have received some legal framework and the role of DDA in that memo. And so again, tonight, the goal is to have a discussion with you all and ask for your support and moving this item forward. If you do support it, the staff will seek an audience with the Downtown Development Authority or an authority to gauge their interest in creating, developing, and implementing a small business emergency program. Staff would offer the assistance with that authority to help them design and then submit that to the city attorney or their attorney to make sure that it's got the proper structure, and then present it to council for consideration. So tonight, again, is just to get some guidance and direction and I guess some will. But as I mentioned, I've done a whole lot of research on this since we talked about it last year, so I think I can answer questions about it as well.
All right, thank you for your presentation, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I'm going to read my email that I sent to the city manager and council in regards to this item. And it says, Mr. Jones, Mayor and City Council, thank you so much for the FYI. As a council member, I'm open to supporting assistance for downtown businesses with an S impacted by city construction. But I believe it's important that any relief be handled in a fair and transparent way. I'm not comfortable with a one-off payment to a single business. Instead, I would support a broader, criteria-based program that is available to all similar businesses impacted with a similar model used by Invest Atlanta. This kind of approach allows us to acknowledge that some businesses may have been impacted more than others while still ensuring equity, accountability, and clear public purpose. If it's structured that way, I'm open to continuing the conversation and reviewing a comprehensive proposal. I welcome the opportunity to review a structured proposal outlining eligibility criteria, administration, and oversight before determining the next steps. There are well over 30 other businesses in close proximity to the location that we are talking about. If one business is worth a $30,000 investment or help, then so is CVS. I'm not going to rattle off all of the businesses because it's well over 30 that are downtown in that immediate location because the hour is growing late. This approach should also include residents. It took 1 year for a 70-year-old resident who is a veteran and whose wife is ill for us to, and he kept showing up at every meeting for us to make a decision on whether he got his storm water repair. It took a year for that. Did we think about utility credits or water credits, which is a viable option for this business and the other business? This business also received the facade grant funding. With transparency and care, over half of the council would need to recuse themselves from taking action on this one-off item due to prior relationships, and others share similar connections. I'm connected to this business, and I just don't feel comfortable unless we look at something that is going to benefit businesses, residents, or anyone that is inconvenienced by construction being done in this city. It was also a meeting held at this location, and proceeding in this manner could raise additional concerns. And for these reasons, it's important that this be approached in a thoughtful, more structured, arm's length process. So I support a more structured approach, but one-off, no. Chairs could probably use $30,000. Cupcakery, Oz Pizza, the Carriage Development over here on Main Street, El Rocio, the Mexican restaurant, CVS, Regions Bank, East Point Convenience Store, the Barber Shop, Rich and Poor, B&P Studios. It's quite a few businesses that could use this $30,000.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cummings.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. And I echo a good number of those things that Councilmember Martin Rogers talked about as well. I just think, I understand, I know we're kind of mimicking some of the things that Atlanta did, and I don't have a problem with that, but I think we should, make sure that it's a fair process. And I don't know if we have a true process in place for how we're going about it, because I think you want to look at what their prior sales were, maybe 6 months before, so we can kind of gauge how much money they made then and then what it was now, how long we were there in that area, because, we didn't barricade anybody's doors. And if you want to go to any of the businesses, it may be a little bit more of an effort as opposed to just normally driving up and walking in. And also, they're doing construction on Main Street now. So it's good to do it, but do we really want to open Pandora's box when it comes to, something like that? Because now you have a whole nother street of businesses that could potentially be impacted. And like I said, I'm not against it, but I just think that we need to make sure that we are thorough when we make the decision, to assist business owners with this. So with that, but those were the things that I'd like for us to take into consideration when we issue this money out. But definitely not just one business owner, because like you said, one person finds out, then the next, it's just going to start a cycle. Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ziegler?
Thank you. Yes, and I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Additionally, I think that we need to maybe write some kind of policies or think about other ways that we can protect ourselves as well, because, I'm thinking when would a business not be impacted by a construction? And I don't want, some kind of repaving project that has to be done, and then someone is quick to say, oh, my business was impacted, let me get some money. I think that we need to talk about how long a project should be, how long it's a reasonable expectation for a project to continue before we can actually assess damages. I think that those are all questions that we need to ask in addition to what are we going to do now with these businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. And one question, is this something that the BIDA committee, the DDA committee would come back or review in their, that's it. I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, so, and I just want to be clear, while I think one business might be kind of notorious for some public comments or news coverage, this is not about one business, this is about all businesses. And based on what we kind of went through with the facade grants and the limitations that the gratuity clause presents municipalities, we really don't get into structuring programs. It would be if the DDA chose to take the funding, which, by the way, they would not be limited to just the funding that the city would offer. They would have opportunities to get funding from other entities. They're responsible for creating and developing the program. So while we could be as assistants if they choose to accept it or request it from us, we have to have, I think as it was said earlier, arm's length in the actual program itself. So what we're really talking about is this something that we want to set funding aside, understanding that certainly $30,000 is not going to rectify anything by itself, but it's, again, the idea that it can be added to other funding. So that's the only ask. It's not to do the program, it's not to create the program, it's not for one business, it's not for 30 businesses. It's for money to be set aside for another entity to devise how that program is to be created, developed, and implemented.
Okay, thank you so much. And Councilwoman Hamming.
Thank you very much. I have an appetite for a program like this because I think sometimes in East Point, we forget that an important part of our tax base and our ratepayers do include our businesses, so things that we can do to support them so that they stay open. However, I appreciate the consideration about a formal program, and it sounds like, Mr. City Manager, based on your comments, the ask here is for the opportunity for DDA, should they be interested, to design the program. If that's the ask, I'd be interested in seeing where this goes. And importantly, I'd like for DDA to include some performance metrics in it. So let's say that DDA establishes a program. There should be something that we have some evidence of, whether it's reinvestment, whether it's job creation, whether it's maintaining their utilities. Something needs to make sure that there is a residual benefit, so that if the city would choose to stabilize, in an extreme case like this, a business, that it's a virtuous cycle. Because my major concern is, we establish a program like this, a business benefits, and then they close their doors a month later. And where does that leave us as a city after having made an investment like this? So I have an appetite for it, and I support you all using your best judgment to negotiate and design this with, or rather DDA, using their expertise to design a sound program.
Thank you. Councilman Atkins.
Yes. I just want to make a couple of comments. I talked about this when we had the whole discussion about the impact of the construction. I believe that during that time we were having a presentation from Public Works, and I said, I just wanted to make sure, Mr. City Manager, that our departments are not working in silos. So there's this, human component to this that I think that economic development, engaging the businesses, keeping them informed and all of those things, and a very technical part of this with Public Works, making sure that these projects are moving forward. And so my question is, we're here now talking about ways that we may be able to support these businesses that have been impacted. At that time, I said that it would be a shame for us to have new streets, new sidewalks, and the businesses are closed. And so what do we do to prevent this from happening again, in terms of making sure that our contractors are showing up every day and they're actually out there doing the work, because it is a negative impact to the businesses where the work is being performed. And I think that if we're going to do programs like this, we've got to make sure that we're holding all of those contractors to account. And if those contractors are not being held to account, then that's a part of however the contract is written. Those are things that damages. So then that helps to pay for issues like we're experiencing now, because many of the businesses complained that contractors weren't showing up for weeks at a time, and it impacted their business. So do the contractors get penalized for any of those things? I mean, because we're taking funds out of our general fund to be able to support those businesses so we can keep a thriving downtown. So that's important to me. So I just wanted to state that.
All right. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and going back, your issue statement dated February 4th, a downtown business has requested city assistance following documented economic impacts associated with the city-sponsored construction project that occurred immediately adjacent to its location. The request seeks relief through a grant, forgivable loan, or similar assistance mechanism to address revenue loss and operational disruption experienced during the construction period. Where's the documentation related to this and the receipts piggybacking on what Councilmember Cummings said that shows this loss? Again, I'm not against this, but I think if we come at it like Dr. Hemming said, from a holistic approach, I would be interested in the DDA providing us with a comprehensive model like done in Atlanta with Invest Atlanta. Invest Atlanta does housing, neighborhood revitalization, new business grants. That's how we could get some of these businesses to come in, new business grants and loans. They help provide public-private partnerships. I met a guy right up under the overpass, once you pass Impact Church, the Papusa. I believe the owner lives in Jefferson Park. He was able to move his businesses throughout the city of Atlanta because of Invest Atlanta. We need an Invest East Point. This is not off the table, but Cupcakery should be able to fill out an application as well. Chairs as well. Everyone impacted should be able to fill out an application, and even residents who are, I can't get to my house, or the street is impacted. Everyone should be able to complete an application and receive assistance. But it needs to be a comprehensive approach. I'd like to see the DDA provide that to us, a proposal. I am just not comfortable going back to my colleague's point. What if they close their doors in 6 months? But I also would like more information from our city attorney about that gratuities, the gratuities clause that's located in our charter. We're going to open up Pandora's box if we don't have a plan.
Madam Mayor, do you want me to respond?
If you would like to, or do you want to just keep this for off, you want to take it offline, or you want to respond? Okay.
It's up to the council.
Okay. All right. Please, move forward. Yes.
Gratuities clause is in the Georgia Constitution, and the resolve to ensure that you're not in violation of it is by engaging your version of Invest Atlanta, which is your DDA. And so the program details and the application and all of that stuff would be developed by that authority. One thing you can do to ensure that they have a robust application process that is inclusive of businesses impacted by the construction is some type of intergovernment agreement between you and the DDA on how you want the money spent, or your expectations on whatever funding you're going to provide for them to fund this program.
Follow-up question, like how does a business provide proof? And then the other question would be, this is one-off business. How do we make it equitable? It doesn't say businesses, Mr. Jones. I just read it, and it's only talking about one specific business for $30,000.
Madam Councilwoman, that was just the problem statement. I think you're getting confused. This was just establishing the issue.
So we safe to say that will be updated or addressed in your next version of what you're presenting?
I was just trying to establish and set the table for the problem and the discussion.
Understood.
That's not a program design or a program recommendation. It was just to establish that this issue had been raised. And it was definitely raised once before. I think there was presentations made to the previous council. So, and we've received multiple. So if that's clear, one business just offered those particular remedies. I was just laying out the problem statement. That is not a recommendation.
Okay. Okay, so we have, thank you for your presentation, and the only question I had is, do they have marketing plan reports that they can submit prior to the construction, and what those marketing plans and reports look like during the construction phase as well? That's my only question. Thank you.
Yeah, and so just so you know, we're just setting funds aside. The actual details will come into the agreement with a development partner, a development authority department, and we can make sure those kind of things are within the stipulations for the funding.
Okay, and that will come back before council in our next regular meeting, or do you want to get back to us?
I would say it may not be ready for the next, because we still have to visit with DDA or BIDA, whoever it is. So it might be the meeting after next.
Okay, so that would be, all right, thank you. Okay. Are you ready for your item 27, or on this one? Okay.
So what are we doing with number 26?
We're moving You still have questions for 26 or you have 27? Moving 27?
I can wait,
Okay.
but I just wanted to address what the city manager stated. You,
Address this offline.
in the background, it's unclear. I mean, what you put out, it specifically mentions one business. You're telling me now that it's for context, but then if you go through and read the background, the city recently completed a capital improvement project, undertaking, during construction, temporary impacts to access, with one business experiencing disproportionate impacts due to its immediate proximity to the project footprint. I mean, here it clearly states that it's one-off. I mean, but if you're going to bring this back, then we can definitely talk about it and discuss, but let's just make sure what we put out is true and accurate information, because you go on to talk about the fiscal impact, but you neglected to include that they benefited from the facade grant funding.
Okay, I don't want
Thank
to
you.
cut you off,
I know-
Councilwoman Martin Rogers. I'm trying to just keep us moving. All right, okay, so we are moving on to item 27. I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Question, wasn't there a request for something on that last item, or what are we doing?
That wasn't, we didn't have a, was,
For the set aside, is that going to the regular council meeting for the set aside and then?
Frank just walked away, so what are, possible action, what are we doing?
the action was to move this discussion to the next council meeting.
Work session?
Work session, I'm sorry. But if we're going to be out on a work session, so.
Was it work session? I thought it was a council.
So,
So I
are
guess
we
my
are we requesting
understanding,
that we bring a proposal back from DDA for the work
Right.
session on March 9th?
right, that's a proposal, that's not the set aside. The set aside is a immediate action to set funds aside. The DDA proposal would be the actual use those funds.
So we will need to bring that to council meeting for a vote to set aside those funds in the next council meeting, and then we move on to the DDA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
1 second. I think the council will probably want to hear from the DDA before they agree to set the money aside, as I'm seeing the nods over here. And then secondly, to set aside any funds will require a budget amendment, because you're moving it from somewhere to send it to the DDA.
So I just, in the fiscal impact, there's professional services that this would activity fall under from both the Economic Development Department and the City Manager's Office. So it wouldn't require that. And again, I want to protect those dollars in the current fiscal year. So I can't say if economic development spends it, then it's gone, and then the opportunity is left. So that's why I was looking for some direction. If there was a flavor to set those funds aside, I can kind of protect those dollars from being spent until the agreement is actually comes back before council. So if there's something that if this is something you want to investigate, I can protect those dollars in the current fiscal year. This is not for the new fiscal year. This is in the current fiscal year. If not, then, we'll go through our normal operations, and it would likely be gobbled up, at least in economic development, because they're right below the 50% threshold on how much they've spent so far, and they tend to spend that money if it doesn't get spent by a certain time of the year.
Okay. So, help me.
So
Tell me, because I'm a little confused about
that-
what we're, so go ahead, Madam City
We've had a
Attorney.
whole conversation about the budget and encumbrance and allocations and all of that. If the money is not to be spent by economic development, don't spend it, right? But I think that if it's going to move out of economic development and go to the DDA, that indeed needs to be a vote of this council to move money out of one department and send it somewhere else. Because we're giving it to another agency with their own governing authority. You have to do that by way of a budget amendment.
Okay, they're requesting for the proposal to come from DDA first for review, and then they will vote on whether or not they will approve the amendment to the budget.
No, they are their own, but they're their own entity. You don't control them.
It's also within our program. We already give staff assistance to.
Let me be clear, Mayor, if myself and the city manager disagree, all I can do is give recommendations. I think that the decision-making would fall with the decision makers.
Okay, so for the next meeting, we are asking for a proposal to come from DDA to review. Upon seeing that proposal, we will vote in that meeting or at another meeting for the funds or this policy to be put forward.
Frank is saying, well, I wasn't following, I was still going through the legal thoughts. But, okay, I think you said we'll be ready. All right, I think you said we'll be ready.
Is it the will of the council to have a proposal from DDA to review this? Again, what is the will of the council? Do you, go ahead. Councilwoman Carr?
Yeah, I definitely would like to see the program first. I mean, I think it's the basis of why we would even be giving away money. But I would also like to understand what your thoughts are around how much money you're talking about setting aside.
So, to be clear, the Economic Development Department works very closely with DDA. Actually, we provide staff to the DDA to take their minutes. Their secretary is usually a staff member from the city. There's a very close connection. Although they are separate, we, in our economic development budget, supply and budget support to the DDA. So what I was looking at, and I kind of specifically used the actual line items numbers, is funding in the other professional services of the Economic Development Department. The reason I identified it is because the variance report showed that they were roughly around 30% of their budget in professional services, which would probably typically be more like 50-55% to be on a normal pace. Since there's some opportunity there, it is totally like we could use for professional service, urban agriculture, or anything. There's all kinds of services, consultants, anything that is related to economic development that you can use that money for. That's where I identified a good chunk of the money. The city manager's office has a very similar line item in its professional budget, in its professional service, other professional services. I put a combination of those two to find $30,000 in this fiscal year. Now, if this is something that it merits further investment, we can look at next budget year, but this fiscal year is where I found the opportunity.
So you're saying 30,000 for, that would support any business, not just this one that came up? Because that one I thought was asking for 30,000.
Oh, we never got a number from any business at all. We have heard interest and complaints basically, but no one's ever mentioned a number. I just found that number of what's available based on the variance reports.
Got it.
Councilwoman Freely, and I also want to be mindful of time. I know that we have our next work session on the 9th. And so I just wanted to find out if it's in the will of council to have this discussion move to that work session, or if you want to continue to have this discussion tonight. Councilwoman Freely?
I wasn't in to answer that question.
Okay, no, just ask the question, but I just wanted to bring that up, that we are.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll note this is only the third time this evening I've spoken. I'm a little confused about how a professional services budget line would naturally fit this use. I think I'm in agreement with the city attorney on how that transfer might not be as clean as you've described it. How is this professional services? Are you just saying that's where there's some extra money? Or is there a correlation?
So professional services is a wide range of various different activities that can happen within that logically. I think the one that readily presents itself is things like consultants, but it also professional entities providing various types of services. So in this situation, we're talking about the DDA or the Development Authority. The Development Authority comes with a board of various expertise to carry out various types of programming unique to that development authority. That can be considered a professional development or a professional service. So based on, and since it's in economic development, who utilizes those type of expertise to push forward the mission of the city to create economic opportunities, that was the reason. And since the city manager's office also has a very wide-ranging, similar mission, that can be considered professional services.
Okay, it feels like the ultimate end of the money is almost a grant administered by the DDA. And so it's not, they're giving Joe's Sandwich Shop $10,000 for actual losses or something. The ultimate end doesn't feel like professional services. It feels like a grant for which the recipient has complete authority over what to do with it. So
There's certainly, I understand that, but the program that we were all talking about needed to be created is going to be created by them. The administration of whatever that funding remains after whatever they need to devise it is going to be bared by them. The mechanism is really intended, while certainly it can translate into the grant ultimately, a portion of it or all of it or maybe none of it eventually gets to that. It's to them to create that situation. I think something was mentioned earlier which would make total sense is if there were damages or something from a construction entity that we could indicate or start that process, it could be the DDA that actually winds up being the mechanism to correct any type of impact, negative impact that was created by the construction. I mean, it's a partnership. That's the reason why, while yes, they're a separate entity, it is truly a partnership, and that's why I think state law provides specific development authorities because the understanding of that partnership.
Right. I understand that. Is there an urgency that would keep us from just initiating this as appropriately budgeted money in the new budget, and we just don't deal with an amendment versus a transfer, or do we need this in this budget year?
Well, understanding that there's going to be in a process from the DDA standpoint that they're going to have to also manage, and that this has been a issue that's been raised since last fall, and we've gotten more and more businesses sharing the same concerns. It's going to take a little while to be worked up through the system to actually get to the ground. So while there's no immediate expectation from the city, there's no agreements or no anything like that. I think the infrastructure, if you will, of devising a program like this, and the fact that we're working with other entity probably requires we probably should get started sooner than later.
Understood. I guess my final thought on this is, well, I'm with Councilmember Hemming and others. I mean, I think this is a useful idea moving forward. I do have some concern about, because this is ultimately money that could be selectively doled out to certain businesses, I feel like the funding needs to be really very cleanly delineated. And so like, I would be less comfortable with a simple transfer than a budget amendment or waiting until the new fiscal year or something like that. Just my thought.
All right, and Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
We can just, I think that we should just wait, because Councilmember Freely brought up a good point. It talks about $18,276 from Fund 100-7520-521 within the Economic Development Other Professional Fees line item. When I think of a professional fee, I think of a professional fee, not money being distributed to a business. But then I'm also offering $11,724 from Fund 100-1320-521 within the city manager's office budget, other professional fees. Will this money be divided up between all of the businesses downtown that want some money? We haven't even discussed the other businesses. When you come downtown from CVS all the way around the corner, even the customer care and Carriage, that shopping center, all of those businesses are impacted. Thumbs Up, Chairs, Q Time, the tattoo parlor. So I feel as though, unless we're talking about taking the $30,000 and giving it to all of the businesses that are impacted, I still just don't feel comfortable with this. And then we're talking about increases to residents, but we have $30,000 to give to a business.
Okay,
No.
Council, I'm just,
Okay.
thank
I
you.
yield.
No, all right. So back to the ask and finally what we are planning to do, move forward. We're going to bring this back to the next council meeting for further discussion and possible vote. Okay, thank you. With a proposal, please, so we can vote on it. Thank you so much. So we have, where we are now.
I'm sorry, can you be specific?
Okay, do we want to move on to item 27, 28, and 29? So item 27, discussion and possible action on a resolution for East Point City Council to establish work session agenda procedures. That's timely.
Yes, thank you. That's my item. I've only changed two things in our already established work session agenda. I don't know if you all wanted to offer feedback, but only subsection E. I feel as though we need our materials and we need them in a timely manner. I know that it said that it should be submitted to the city clerk no later than Monday at noon, but I would like for council to think about us receiving our work session agenda packets either Tuesday or Wednesday. And then Councilmember Hemming mentioned committee assignments. Some of our work should be going to the HR committees, to the budget committee. I don't know if we're ready to move on this tonight. There was also subsection I, where we talked about speaking minutes. This is the only time we really get to talk, or that we're supposed to talk, without being held to a standard of our talking time. So I'd be willing to move this item to the next work session so that we can have feedback, if that is the will of council. But I do know I would like to get the materials. And the other caveat to this was, if you have an agenda item, we need just some background information or all of the documents presented with that item. But I only heard back from Councilmember Hemming and also Councilmember Caldwell. So I'd be willing to move this to the March work session. That's fine.
Okay, so we're going to move that to the March work session. And, okay, so we're moving on to item number 28, discussion and possible action on the city council retreat. Dr. LaTarn Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and we are well past January, but I do think that we do need to establish some guidelines to have a formal council retreat in January and then another follow-up retreat in July. I don't know what that looks like, but I think that that will be helpful in us planning what we want to see citywide, and then what do you want to see in your specific ward. I don't know if people have had time to read the resolution, but I do think that we need an established council retreat for our new council members that may be onboarding, council members that may be returning. So that is why I came up with this. Is there any feedback?
Let's see. First, we have Councilwoman Ziegler, and then we have Councilwoman Hemming.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Martin Rogers, for bringing this up. I would propose that, I think that the first council retreat should probably be at the end of March, because then that way, people who are newly elected get their newly elected training first, and then you get into a retreat. And then I would need a little bit more convincing for a second retreat, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, could we, instead of having that as a part of a retreat, could we have that as a part of like a work session agenda item instead of you know, many months down the road, just like a check-in of where we are or something like that instead of like a full-on retreat? I do think that a first retreat would be completely valid and a really good idea, but I would just think that having it at the end of March and then maybe having like a check-in sometime later, September or so, like on a work session.
Councilman Atkins. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hemmings and then Councilman Atkins.
I thank my colleague for this. I think one of my considerations, not with the idea, but with the policy as written, it blends a couple of things. It blends this idea of a retreat, it blends strategic planning. The policy is doing a lot of work because it has so many things embedded. So I support the policy. I just think we need to clean it up. The idea of a retreat, I think, is great. And it seems like with that calendar we got from the city manager, there was the February retreat-ish type event that he put in there around the budget. So my ask of you, Dr. Martin Rogers, would be maybe to remove some of the language that's kind of like mixing in orientation, strategic planning, and then acknowledge, you know, the activities that are planned around the budget process. I think that'd be my recommendation, but I support the policy.
Thank you. Okay, so March, I'll put it back on for the March work.
I have to go in, ma'am.
Councilman Atkins.
Thank you. Likewise, I generally support the idea of a retreat, and when we were at our South Fulton Municipal Association meeting, I was speaking with some of the folks there, and they were on their way to their retreat, and they actually have a weekend-long retreat. So they were leaving on Thursday, and they retreat all day Friday, all day Saturday, and half a day Sunday. I think, and then they have a follow-up retreat in the fall where they discuss budget items so that the city manager can then start to work on those priorities. I will say that our retreats are not always well attended. The one that we had, we had a few, there were some council members who were not there. I think that it would be great if we had everybody there so we can discuss everything. And I also believe that if we had such a retreat, that it would benefit us in terms of our meetings because we could hash out all of the things that we would like to see and how we'd like to move those things a lot of the issues in the city forward, and I think it would help us streamline agenda items so that we are then just really manage against the priorities and the things that we discuss in that retreat. So I think it's a great investment of time to be together, to work those things out, and then manage against those throughout the year. And I think some things would come off of our agenda, and then have a follow-up retreat in the fall to start talking about budget and what do we like to see, and the city manager can start working. So I too am generally in support of that. I've got to read the language, Councilmember Martin Rogers, and then I can get back with you on some specifics if there are anything that I would like to recommend, any edits or amendments.
Okay,
I yield.
and thank you all so much. So what I'm hearing is March, then a follow-up in September, but I also like the idea of maybe just a weekend, a Friday, and then that is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? No, that's too much? Okay, and then the removal of some items. So I just look forward to the continued dialogue. Thank you.
Item 29, Councilwoman Hemmings, discussion and possible action on public access to city meetings.
Okay, this item is very easy, and I've already been in conversation with the city clerk's office about it. So as you all know, on our main city website, we have a place where residents can click Watch Council Live. Also, the planning and zoning meetings live there, but some of our other standing committees do not live there. And so typically what residents have to do is A, know when the meeting is happening if they want to watch it in real time, and then B, if they can't catch it in real time, they have to submit an open records request. I talked to the city clerk about it and also had an opportunity to get some feedback from the city attorney and have edited based on both of their comments. And the purpose of this resolution is to make things easier and more streamlined for the community. So there's a one-stop shop. I don't know, Mr. City Manager, the impact financially of this. Your communications director might want to give us some advice on whether or not there's enough storage capability on the website, given the length of meetings. But the city clerk's office is in support of this because it would reduce their workload related to open records requests around meetings. The other provision in this item would require that the city clerk's office store the approved meeting minutes. It does not require that the city clerk's office would have to attend all of the meetings and take the minutes, but they would need, as the official record holder, to store the meetings. So just kind of briefly, this policy does not supersede state law. It does not replace state law. It just says that we want to be transparent. We want our meetings and information to be accessible, and we would require them to be hosted on the platforms that the city already uses for existing meetings. So that's my proposal and ask. I'm happy to take questions.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Okay, Dr. Hemming, I only just have one question. I do know that I had asked at one point early on, back in 2024, all of the ways that you can watch a council meeting. But I do know that at one point we did have the council meetings on a cable channel, but I don't know what happened with the cable channel. I have to go back and I could forward you that email with the ways that you can watch, but I
tried to make the
I think the cable company was, I don't want to say they were going out of business, but the channel, I'm just not really sure. I don't have the background.
I tried to make the policy technology agnostic so that I cannot predict in 30 years what platforms we're going to be using. So basically the policy says on the platforms that the city uses for these types of purposes. So that could include a channel, if that's where the city puts their meetings. It could be the website, it could be TikTok, it could be anything. But, well, people use TikTok. But I wanted to be an evergreen policy, so I did not specify the medium by which they should share it, just that wherever our council meetings are, so are the other meetings.
Okay. I would be interested in knowing if we have a cable channel, because I know I watched the meetings on, I think it was Channel 24. Was it? I'm not really sure, but I'll share that information.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any more discussion around this item? If not, we will move on to the last two items.
Would it go to?
Ahead.
Are there questions?
I didn't see.
Communications to see what they have to say, like what's the best course of action.
So Madam City Clerk did start the conversation with
Okay.
communications. And what she shared was that, with me, was that right now, a good number of our standing committee meetings are held via Zoom. And they already have the software, they already have the information saved, and they would just need to transfer it. And then within the communications department, they showed her a mock-up. So they showed her how the buttons would look, that it would be Watch Council Live, Watch Budget and Finance, et cetera, et cetera. So the only item that I don't have an answer on is the storage capacity of the city. And so the city manager and the city clerk would need to negotiate the archive, because that is a threshold that I don't think we could predict in this policy.
And then my other question is make sure that it is closed caption.
I could add that.
Do we have that? Yeah.
I could add that.
Yeah, make sure that it is closed caption. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ziegler.
Thank you. And just one quick thing to add, not just standing committees, but also task forces as well, because we have the Blighted Task Force. And that's it. Thank you.
The policy is written such that any meetings that are subject to Open Meetings Act and conducting business or transacting business on the behalf of the city would fall under the purview of this. But the key question that the policy does not address is the archival piece. So I don't know, I think the communications department would have to decide how much we store on the website. So the city clerk's office has her state requirements for how long we retain the information. But what I want to leave the policy open to do is, based on our bandwidth, allow communications to say, yeah, we can host all these meetings for a year, and then they would come down off the website. But I don't want us to limit the policy now, because what if in 5 years we say we want to purchase enough storage capacity for 5 years worth of meetings? So to your point, Councilmember Ziegler, yes, it would apply to any policy, any meetings that are subject to Open Meetings Act.
Okay.
So with the edit, can I get a council agreement to put it on for our next meeting for a vote? Or do y'all have more questions or what?
I mean, I have some more questions, but I don't need to take time up now. I'll just ask them offline.
Okay.
And then if council wants to put it on the next work session, the regular meeting for approval, is that what you're looking for? You want to make the update?
To what? Mr. City Manager, for this item, could you have a conversation with the communications to ask this direct question about storage?
I certainly can, and I'll also include IT in that.
Thank you.
All right.
Mhm.
Going to move that item to the next regular meeting with an update from IT and the communications team. All right. Great. And then, so our final two items, if I'm correct, is item number 12 and item number 15. Let's see, item number 12 is the discussion and possible action on developing a citywide litter prevention and enforcement plan. That's Councilwoman Rogers and Councilwoman Hemmings, and then Hemming. And that was, okay, so Tremaine, Councilwoman member, okay, I know you had something on that.
Just really briefly on, Madam Mayor, is it okay if I do item 12?
Go ahead.
Councilmember Dr. Martin Rogers and I have been discussing this, and we just wanted to point out that there's Section 7-5001 that establishes a Clean Community Commission. The body has a lot of authority to devise and design a beautification and a litter prevention strategy. We believe that this used to be the former Keep East Point Beautiful, and we are asking our colleagues to consider making appointments to that commission. We are also wanting to make sure that that commission is imbued with the authority to establish a plan. They can look at what other cities have done, but we really, really think that it's time to move in this direction. So we would just ask our colleagues to make appointments to the Clean Community Commission.
Councilman Atkins?
Yes, so then we're just reviving Keep East Point Beautiful, correct? And that if we could get the legislation that establishes it so that we'll know how the appointments need to be made. I don't know if they're paired appointments, individual appointments, or any of those things, but it just sounds like we're just reviving Keep East Point Beautiful.
Well,
Yeah. So really quickly, it's Section 7-5001, and I don't know if Madam Deputy City Clerk, we don't probably need to pull it up tonight, but it does outline the appointments, eligibility, all of that sort of stuff. And it also names the authority of that Clean Community Commission. Go ahead, Dr. Martin Rogers.
All right, and I also wanted to say that I had a twofold ask early on last month. I know that we're in the budget season, but I would like for us to look at if we can afford it, 4 trucks, 1 for each ward, and establish people to do litter pickup. Councilmember Ziegler and I have talked about this extensively. I've talked about it extensively. We've had conversations about going into the schools. We've had conversations about having inmates pick up litter, but we really need a comprehensive litter pickup plan that's in conjunction with the Atlanta CID and also the Georgia Department of Transportation. So it's a combination of things that I am seeking for us to really address the litter citywide. So I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll just go. Thank you for bringing this up. So yeah, there's we talked extensively when we first got on council with Mr. Reeves. Yeah, that had the 30, 60, 90-day plan. It was very, very thorough. And then, but unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a lot of support by staff to implement that. And additionally, I really want to look and see for this new budget season if we could entertain looking at block by block or something like that, because that seems to be a really good program. I think that the commission with residents on it is a great idea. I just wouldn't want to delay anything that we can do as council by doing things like just looking at the 30, 60, 90-day plan, like going into the elementary schools. I mean, these things have already been outlined. And also looking into block by block, seeing how much they cost, things like that. And since, there's many people in council who have this as an initiative, I think that this is something that we need to move forward with.
Okay, so we're going to bring that back for a discussion on the next work session, or that's, okay. What item are we on now? Okay. No, we're on 15. Council discussion and possible action on the resolution for communication protocol and direct reports.
It's not really a resolution, but I just wanted to make sure that mayor and council and our direct reports were on the same page as far as the communication protocol was concerned. I'm not going to belabor the point, but there are 4 important aspects of the communication protocol. So just to ensure that our direct reports and also city staff knows that we're allowed to communicate based upon the resolution that we have here that was established back in 2014 and then reestablished in 2020. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that the mayor and city council, we can't give directives to any city officers or employees other than the city manager, city attorney, city clerk regarding matters including but not limited to constituent complaints and complaints regarding the services. Although the mayor and city council shall not be prohibited from communicating with city officers or employees with constituent complaints, concerns, the city manager shall be copied on all such communications. And I am reading from the resolution that was dated October 19th, 2020. All matters of concerns and questions from the mayor and council members to direct report shall be in writing and written in a professional and courteous manner. Direct report shall acknowledge in writing receipt of the matters of concern or questions as soon as possible, but no later than 1 business day from the date indicated on the communication. Direct report shall provide a written response within 2 business days of acknowledgement of the concerns, questions, and such response shall include an update, if any, and a resolution timeline. Direct reports shall provide a written final summary to mayor and all council members when the matters of concern and questions have been resolved. Mayor and council members shall be responsible for following up with direct reports regarding a resolution of their concerns, questions in accordance with this resolution timeline provided. Just want to ensure that we are on the same page as far as communicating in the best interest of our constituents. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any discussion? No. Okay. Item number 7. Mr. Mitchell isn't in, and I know, Madam City Attorney, you said that we need to make a decision on this as the tax year is coming up. If you could.
Yes, if the council intends to make a change into the homestead exemption to lower the age, that needs to be a vote from this council, but then it needs to be a local bill that needs to go to our delegation so it can pass House, Senate, House, whichever one goes first, and then it goes on a ballot, a referendum. You probably won't make March, obviously. I think we have a special election in July, and then, the big one is in November. You'll have a bigger turnout if you're seeking mass participation on the referendum to lower the age.
So, thank you. If we can get some kind of data on the number of people that we have who are between the ages of 65 to 70 who this would impact, and those who are in homes versus in assisted living or so, and that way we can get some kind of a budget impact analysis going on this, knowing how sensitive or how time sensitive this item is. Thank you.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Yeah, because I was going to say the same thing to piggyback on what Councilmember Ziegler said. How many people in East Point are going to come off if this is passed? And I would say an impact for the next 3 years. If they come off this year, what happens next year? And what happens the year after that? Because residents are already getting, well, some of them are getting a reduced school tax revenue, and that may put pressure on us to increase the millage rate. depending on how many people are paying into property taxes. I have more, but the evening is long, and I'll just put it in an email. But that was my main concern. How many people are going to come off the next few years if this tax break is approved?
I would ask my colleagues for this to be moved to the Budget and Finance Committee. One of our responsibilities is to do a 5-year outlook, and this is something that we could use the time to study this conversation in depth and come up with a comprehensive proposal that does exactly what Dr. Martin Rogers just suggested. So I don't know how we do that without the sponsor of the legislation here this evening, but I'd be happy for us in Budget and Finance to investigate this further with the support of staff. I make a motion for that this item be moved for discussion to Budget and Finance.
So, there has been.
I was going to second.
I second.
Discussion. So although I would also agree to move it to Budget and Finance, I think that there's a rule that says that the only person who can move that agenda item is the owner of the agenda item. And while we're in discussion, something that I would like for the Budget and Finance Committee to consider is maybe like more of a step program. So, you're at 65, you get this discounted rate. When you get to 67, you get this discounted rate. When we reach 70, you get this. So it's not, people get relief while also it doesn't impact our budget as much as we think or hope or want.
Councilman Freely?
Yeah, just, I guess a question for Councilmember Hemming and the body, just in general. I assume that your proposition acknowledges the fact that this is not going to be passed for the 2027 tax year.
Yeah, I think that right now in the Budget and Finance, we have 5 items that are before us, so this would have to get in line. I can't remember the 5 off of my head right now. I'm looking at Councilmember Caldwell. But we are supporting as best as we can a city manager to propose the full budget. And so a lot of our discussions right now are focused on this budget. So I don't anticipate that this would happen in the next month. Our next meeting is kind of full.
Understood, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's very realistic that it would get through the State House anyway at this point for this year, but.
Push it up. It's a lot of research. Are we waiting on the city attorney to find out if we can make the motion without the sponsor being here? Just one. Just one.
Rule 23 talks about consideration of a motion or proposition may not be postponed indefinitely unless a definite time is set for a subsequent consideration and final action. A motion to postpone or refer without any reference to time or committee to refer the motion shall be construed as a motion to postpone to the next succeeding regular meeting. I don't see anything about referring stuff to a committee requires the owner of the motion, or of the idea or the agenda item to be the only one to refer it to committee. If you know where it is, Councilwoman Ziegler, I'd be happy to find it, but I am not I am not successful in seeing something that says that.
Since Councilman Mitchell is out, Madam City Attorney, if the body moves to make a motion to move it to the committee, does his absence count as a vote towards it?
Since he's out, does the vote of the council to move it to committee do what?
Does that count as a yes from him since he's not?
No, he's not here, he can't
Okay.
vote.
Okay, so, but even still, we have, okay, I see what the question is, whether the sponsor, if the sponsor is absent, can it move to a committee? That's what the
Yes, and I
question
don't
is.
see any language that says it can't.
Okay. In which sense, we can
So you
move
can,
forward with
you
the
can
motion?
entertain a motion.
Okay.
To move it to a committee.
Okay, so we had a second? We had a second? Yes, and we had discussion. So all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Okay. I'm scared to ask this question. Do we have anything for executive session tonight? Okay, anything for?
Yes, I do. If you give me one moment, I just
Okay.
need to count them.
Madam Mayor, while the city attorney's counting, I have one personnel and one legal.
And Madam Mayor, I have 4 legal, 2 personnel.
I have one personnel.
I have one legal, and I think it's a real estate. It may be illegal, though.
You said you have one legal and one real estate?
No, actually, I think it's two legal, not one
So
of
you have
each.
2 legal,
Mhm.
2 real estate.
Oh, no real estate.
No real estate, sorry
Yeah.
about that. Okay. You have real estate. Dr. Martin Rogers, you have a real estate? 1 real estate, 1 personnel. Councilwoman Hemming? Councilwoman Cumming? Okay. All right, so,
Forget
city
about
attorney
me.
and city manager. I always forget you guys. I'm so sorry.
One personnel.
Okay, 1 personnel, all right. You said you have 1, 2? You have none? Okay.
What do you have, Sean?
And
None?
he doesn't have
Okay.
it. And Councilwoman
Madam
Cummings,
Mayor.
you have 1?
No, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn an executive session for 7 legal, 1 real estate, and 6 personnel.
Okay, sorry,
I got all
Madam
of
City
them.
Attorney, did you?
I got them all.
Okay. Second. Okay. It's been moved in second. We will adjourn to executive session. Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, we are returning back from executive session. During executive session, council discussed matters related to personnel, litigation, and real estate. We have 3 motions coming out of that session. First motion to proceed as discussed in the Weems lawsuit.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The second motion is to proceed as discussed in the Nelson Mullins case.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Okay, third motion to proceed as discussed in the Coleman case.
So move.
It's been moved in second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Having completed the items on the agenda, I have a motion to adjourn. A motion to accept the, may I have a motion to accept the executive session members? It's been moved and second. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. Yes. All those in favor? All those opposed? Good night, East Point.